I do not usually start with this story. When people ask me for the creepiest thing that ever happened to you, I talk about normal stuff first. Bad neighborhoods, weird customers at work, the usual, almost danger that makes a good bar story. This one is different. This one feels like I am dragging something back into the room every time I say it out loud. A couple winters ago, I drove up into the mountains to visit an old friend from school. We had not seen each other in years. He told me he lived in his grandparents' old house now, a wooden place halfway up a snowed-in slope, quiet and peaceful, in that way people say when they are either very content or very lonely. I thought it would just be a nostalgic weekend. Some drinks, old jokes, catching up by a fireplace, while the wind shook the windows. The house looked normal enough. When I pulled in, old siding, a sagging porch, one warm light glowing upstairs. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust and coffee that had soaked into the walls over decades. The weird part was the layout. The couch he offered me was right across from a long, unlit hallway that cut through the center of the house. No doors closed, just black rectangles of guest rooms, and a bathroom all leading into that one strip of darkness. At night, when he went upstairs to his room, it was just me, the pull-out couch, and that hallway. The wind pressed on the siding with a low, constant moan. The heater would kick on with a deep, distant roar under the floor, then click off and leave the whole place too quiet. Every creak of the boards, every tiny settling noise felt like a footstep deciding whether to keep coming closer or not. I slept on a pull-out couch, facing that long unlit hallway in a wooden house above the snow. On the third night, I woke up paralyzed and saw someone standing at the very end of that hall. The worst part was not that it looked like my friend. The worst part was knowing he was still asleep upstairs. 1.1. When an old friend texts you. Out of nowhere, I do not tell people this is where the story really starts. If you say that out loud, it sounds stupid. It all began when an old friend DM'd me on Instagram. That is not how horror is supposed to open. Horror is supposed to start with a strange noise in the night headlights on an empty road, a door that will not stay locked. Not with me lying on my bed in a tiny New York apartment scrolling through other people's lives because I was too tired to deal with my own. But that is where it started for me. With my thumb flicking up the screen and the muffled thunder of a subway passing underneath the building, making my walls tremble just a little. It was one of those winter nights where the city feels more like a machine than a place. My radiator was hissing and clanking. The window was fogged at the edges, and a siren kept rising and falling somewhere 10-12 blocks away, always almost here, and then gone. My room was just big enough for a narrow bed, a small desk, and a closet that never fully shut at the bottom. I had a stack of dishes in the sink, 3 unanswered work emails flagged in my inbox, and a text from my ex that I was very intentionally not opening. So instead, I sank deeper into the mattress, let the blue light numb my brain, and scrolled. Old classmates, co-workers, people I barely remembered, posing with babies, dogs' engagement rings, travel photos from places I kept telling myself I would visit when I had more money, more time, more of a life. I almost missed the notification when it dropped down from the top of the screen. It was small, just a gray bar with a name I had not thought about in a long time. Scott Harper sent you a message. I stared at it for a second long enough that it slid back up out of view, and I had to tap into my DMs to find it. His profile picture was different from what I remembered just a blurry shot of a tree line in winter. No face, no smile, no goofy expression. Back in school, he had changed his profile pictures constantly. Dumb selfies, inside jokes. The time he put a stock photo of a raccoon in a hoodie as his avatar for 3 months straight. The message itself was simple. Hey, been a long time. You should come up this winter. Place is quiet. Snow's nice. Been too long. Reading it was like opening an old box and getting hit with the smell of a house you used to live in. I was suddenly back in middle school, then high school, standing in hallways next to a locker with a dent in the bottom, listening to Scott make fun of everyone's shoes. We used to skip last period and walk down to the creek behind the football field. We would sit on the concrete ledge and talk about every possible life we were going to live, except the ones that actually happened. We had been those kids who were always together without ever calling it best friends. Sleepovers that bled into whole weekends, video games until 3 in the morning. Horror movies we pretended did not scare us. We would bike halfway across town just to buy cheap pizza, come back sunburned, and collapse on the living room floor, sticky with sweat and soda, and the feeling that nothing bad could ever really touch us. Then graduation happened. People scattered. I stayed in the city for school and then work. He moved away with his family to some mountain town that we all made fun of at the time. We promised to visit, to stay in touch, to game online. For a while we did. Then the months without messages got longer, the calls got shorter, and eventually there was just silence. Now, his words sat there on my screen, glowing softly in a room that smelled like takeout and laundry detergent. I could feel a dull ache of guilt under my ribs. It really had been too long. Years, actually. Long enough that if he had walked past me on the street that afternoon, I am not sure I would have recognized him right away. Long enough that if I was honest, I had put him in the mental box of past life characters you never really expect to see again. I typed back, deleted, typed again. Wow, hey, long time. Where even are you now? The 3 little dots popped up almost immediately. Same place, mountains, grandparents' old place, quiet up here. I frowned at the screen. The way he typed looked off. He used to send walls of text stupid memes corrections to his own jokes. His old messages, still buried somewhere lower in the chat, were chaotic and full of slang caps, strings of emojis. This was clipped, blunt, no extra words. People change, I told myself. That is all. We get older, get tired, stop decorating every sentence. We went back and forth a little. I asked what he was doing for work. He said odd jobs, nothing specific. I asked about his parents. He said they were mostly in town now, not at the house much. He did not ask me many questions, just let me fill in the silence with updates about my job, my breakup, the grind of the city. Every reply from him was short, polite, almost like a customer service chat. At some point, I realized I was trying very hard to make this feel like it used to. It did not. But the idea he had planted leaving all of this behind for a few days, trading subway roars and office air for snow and quiet, started to grow in my head. I was newly single, and not in the fun way. The kind of single where your apartment feels wrong at night because someone's toothbrush is missing from the bathroom. I was burned out, falling asleep at my desk, forgetting to eat meals at normal times. Place is quiet, snow's nice, he had written. It sounded like the opposite of everything I was drowning in. I caught myself opening a new tab and typing the name of his town into the search bar. It was small. Population barely a dot compared to the city. A few photos A main street with Christmas lights in early November, a ski slope under floodlights, a lake frozen solid. There were more trees than buildings in every picture, more white than any other color. I checked my calendar. There was a string of days where no major deadlines were hanging over me like knives. I could probably get away with requesting time off. Maybe borrow my coworker's car, drive up, stay a long weekend drive back on Monday. I told myself it would be good for me, that it would be nice to see him, that I did not have to make it a big emotional reconnection. I could just go. My phone buzzed again. You can crash here. Couch is fine. Roads get bad if you wait too late in the season. Something in that line, roads get bad if you wait too late, made a little shiver run along the back of my neck. It was a practical warning, not a threat, but my brain hooked onto the phrase and would not let go. I shook it off, rolled onto my back, stared at the cracked paint on my ceiling. Outside, another train went by the apartment, rattling just enough that the glass in my window vibrated. A honk, a shout, the city doing what it always does. Okay, I typed fingers, moving before my doubt could catch up. When's a good weekend? There was a longer pause this time. The dots appeared, disappeared, came back. Early December. Less tourists, more quiet. I joked about freezing to death. He sent back a single delayed lull that felt strangely hollow. We worked out vague dates. I told him I would ask for time off, let him know once I had cleared it with my boss. He said, "Cool, let me know." No exclamation points, no stupid gif, nothing to soften the words. Before I closed the app, something made me scroll back up through our new messages. I do not know why. Maybe I was looking for some trace of the old Scott. Maybe I just was not ready to let the conversation end. That was when I saw it. Right under his last message, just me now. There was another line, faint like the echo of a draft. For half a second, the text field showed, "We're never really alone up here." I blinked, and it was gone. The message vanished as if it had never been typed. All that was left was the simple, flat reply I had assumed was normal. Just me now. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering, waiting for the words to reappear, for some notification that he was typing, editing, sending something else. Nothing came. The chat stayed still, the little gray timestamp under his last message, reminding me it had already been a few minutes. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe I was tired and my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe he had started to type that and deleted it before hitting send, and the app had just glitched, showing me a draft I was not supposed to see. I locked my phone and dropped it on the bed beside me. The subway rumbled underneath the building again, making the floor buzz against my feet. Above me, in the apartment upstairs, someone walked across their living room, their steps muffled but clear. It was just another New York night, just another DM from an old friend. I told myself I had imagined that extra line. I told myself people change how they talk, how they type. I told myself there was nothing weird about any of this. A week later, I had the days off, approved, a car promised, and a route mapped out to a little house in the mountains, where according to my friend, he lived alone. 1.2. The climb into white noise. The day I left the city, it did not feel like I was driving toward anything special. It felt like I was driving away from a mess I did not want to look at anymore. I picked up the borrowed car from a coworker's garage in Queens just after lunch. The air had that early winter bite to it, the kind that makes your fingers ache if you forget your gloves for even a few minutes. I loaded my duffel bag into the trunk, tossed in a plastic bag, with snacks and gas station coffee, then just stood there for a second watching my breath drift in front of me. The street was its usual chaos: horns, buses wheezing as they pulled in and out of stops, someone yelling on a corner 2 blocks down. A truck rattled past, music thudding out so loud the side panels buzzed. It all felt familiar, loud enough to cover up the quiet I had been trying not to feel lately. I got into the car, shut the door, and everything dropped by half. City noise became a muffled wash. The inside of the car smelled like pine-scented air freshener and stale fries. I started the engine, watched the dashboard lights blink awake, and pulled out into the traffic. For the first couple of hours, it was just highways and repetition. Bridges and toll booths. Long, straight stretches of lane markers flashing under the headlights. Billboards advertising injury lawyers, fast food mattresses that promised better sleep. I put on a playlist I had made months ago, songs I used to listen to on late subway rides home. It felt wrong here, in a car actually moving through space, instead of a train rattling along a track. The sun started tilting downward slowly, the sky going from bright to washed out to that flat gray that makes everything look colder than it is. I stopped at a service area, bought a bottle of water I did not really want, checked my phone. A text from my boss: drive safe, enjoy the time off. Nothing from Scott. I told myself that was normal. We had the weekend planned. No need to over-communicate. Back on the road, the scenery began to change almost without me noticing. The exits got farther apart. The gas stations on the side of the highway turned into smaller, lonelier islands of light. It felt like the world was gently peeling away all the extra people, leaving just me and whoever was stubborn enough to keep going in this direction. I watched the GPS on my dashboard redraw itself as I turned off the main highway and onto a smaller road, then a smaller one still. Lanes narrowed. The median disappeared. Flexing strips of cracked asphalt were patched in lines and squares, a Frankenstein road stitched together over too many winters. Snow appeared not as a dramatic wall, but as shy patches, at first slightly dirty piles, where plows had shoved it aside days ago, powder caught in the corners of fields, dusting the tops of fence posts. As I climbed those patches, thickened, spreading into a thin, even layer along the shoulders. Eventually, the ground on either side of the road was white, and the dark trunks of trees rose out of it like ribs. Guardrails showed up in the places where the land fell away sharply. At first, just here and there, a lazy curve. Then longer stretches, hugging tight turns, that made my palms sweat a little on the steering wheel. Beyond them, when I dared a quick glance, was just empty air, and the suggestion of a drop the forests below, already blurred by the early dusk. The sound inside the car changed too. Down on the highway, it had been a constant rush wheels humming over smooth pavement. Up here, the engine had to work a little harder. I could hear the whine of the tires when I hit small, icy patches, the crunch, when I slowly tested the brakes on a straight stretch. There were long moments where there were no other headlights in my rearview mirror, no oncoming cars in the opposite lane, just my beams cutting a yellow tunnel through bare trees and pale snow. The radio started betraying me a few miles into the climb. Big city stations dissolved into static, with a few stubborn phrases pushing through half a chorus, an ad jingle, someone laughing, and then faded out completely. I scanned through the frequencies and found only scraps of talk show in a language I did not recognize, a religious broadcast with a voice so low and droning it barely sounded human, an ad for a local snowmobile repair shop, played 3 times in a row on what claimed to be the mountain's #1 country station. Eventually, I turned the volume almost all the way down, letting the voices become just another layer of noise under the main one, the constant mechanical hum of the car, the heater fan, the small plastic rattle in the door when I hit a bump, the tiny clicks of ice hitting the undercarriage. By the time I saw the first sign for Scottstown, the sun had already slipped behind the ridge. The sky was still faintly lit, but the light was thin, the kind that does not reach the ground. I passed a faded wooden sign with the town's name burned into it, and a slogan beneath that I could not read in time. A few minutes later, the trees parted, and I rolled into what passed for the main street. It looked like a postcard someone had left in a drawer for a few years too long. There was a gas station with 2 pumps and a cracked canopy, a squat diner with a neon open sign buzzing faintly in the window, a hardware store with snow shovels and bags of salt piled outside the door, a ski rental shop with a faded poster of happy families on a slope their clothes 3 trends out of date, a church with a simple white steeple, a brick building that might have been a school once its windows dark. I slowed almost automatically. The car felt too big here, too loud. I could see a couple of figures through the diner window, bent over plates. A kid in a puffy jacket walked along the sidewalk with a dog. They both turned their heads briefly as I passed the way people in small towns do when they see a car they do not recognize. I realized suddenly that my stomach was tight, with a low buzzing hunger. The coffee from earlier was a sour taste in my mouth. I needed something more than what was in the plastic bag on the passenger seat. I pulled into the gas station lot, letting the tires crunch to a stop on a layer of packed snow and gravel. Inside the store was warmer than I expected, heated to that almost nauseating level where your face feels too hot, but your fingers still sting. It smelled like coffee that had been sitting on a burner since Dawn motor oil and the faint sweetness of cheap candy. The clerk behind the counter was an older woman with gray hair pulled back in a loose braid. She wore a faded sweatshirt with the town's name on it and had a paperback novel open on the counter. She glanced up, took me in with one quick sweep, city jacket, borrowed car keys, the slightly dazed look of someone who has been driving just long enough to lose track of time. "Evenin'," she said. Her voice had a soft rasp to it. "Road treating you okay?" "Yeah," I said, grabbing a bottle of water and a pack of something that pretended to be food, just getting used to the hills. She rang me up, pressing the buttons with slow, practiced motions. The old register beeped faintly. Somewhere deeper in the store, a refrigerator motor kicked on with a low hum. "Passing through?" she asked. "Visiting?" I said. "An old friend. He lives up on..." I had to glance at my phone for the exact name of the road. "Pine Ridge Old House above the tree line," he said. Her hand hesitated for a fraction of a second on the register. It was tiny, so small that if I had not been watching her, I might have missed it. Her eyes flicked to the window, then back to me. "Not many folks up there year-round anymore," she said. It was neutral on the surface, just a remark. There was something under it I could not catch. "Yeah." I tried to sound casual. "He said it gets quiet in winter." "That it does," she said. She handed me my change coins, clinking dully in my palm. "You drive careful past town. Sun's down by 4 this time of year. Snow hides the ice on the curves." "Thanks," I said. As I turned to go, she added, "You staying long?" "Just the weekend," I answered. She nodded once, as if that was the right answer. or at least not the wrong one. Well, roads will be fine if you head back before the next storm. You have a good night. Outside, the cold hit me like someone had opened a freezer door in my face. The air tasted clean and empty. I could see my breath pouring out in pale clouds. The sky had gone from gray to a deep blue-black, the kind of color that swallows edges. The snow on the ground seemed to glow faintly, reflecting whatever light the sky still offered. When I closed the car door, the silence was almost shocking. The town, small as it was, had made its own little cluster of sounds doors, opening a bell, chiming a distant laugh. Out here, just beyond the last of the main street's buildings, it was different. The snow seemed to drink everything. My engine starting up sounded too loud in the muffled world. The road out of town narrowed again, winding up between taller trees. I turned the radio down to barely above whisper. For long stretches, the only noise was the steady hum of the engine and the crunch of my tires biting into the mix of snow and asphalt. Every now and then, a gust of wind would push against the side of the car, and the branches overhead would shake, dropping little puffs of powder that drifted across my headlights like ghosts with nowhere to be. There were fewer houses now. A mailbox here, a driveway there, tire tracks half filled with fresh snow. The GPS on the dash counted down the distance to the next turn in patient glowing numbers. The screen made my face look pale and flat in the rearview mirror. At some point, without really thinking about it, I reached over and turned the radio off completely. The sudden absence of the low murmur made my ears ring. I realized how used I was to filling every silence with something music podcast's background noise. Up here, the silence did not feel empty. It felt thick, like air at the bottom of a pool. I listened to the car instead. The small shifts in the engine's tone when the road tipped upward. The hiss of grit under the tires. The little plastic rattle in the glove compartment every time I hit a bump. My own breathing. Around one tight curve, the rear of the car slid half an inch before the tires caught. My heart lurched. I eased off the gas hands locked on the wheel. In that moment, from somewhere behind me, I heard a dull thump, just one like something heavy had shifted in the trunk. The sound was not loud, but in the stripped-down silence of the car, it landed hard. I glanced back into the rear view and saw only the dark outline of the back seat, the faint shape of my duffel bag. No movement, just luggage, I muttered to myself, swallowing. Just stuff sliding around, which did not make a lot of sense. I had packed it wedged in pretty tight, but I was not in the mood to invent anything else it could be. I fixed my eyes back on the road, jaw tight, and kept going. The GPS blinked that my turn was coming up in half a mile. The trees on the right side broke for a moment, and I could see across the slope a scatter of roofs and windows half buried in snow, a few plumes of chimney smoke rising straight up in the still air. Above them, clinging to the hillside like it had grown, there was a larger shape. A house dark against the lighter snow. When the car rounded one last bend and the trees opened fully, I saw it properly. Scott's grandparents' house sat perched on the incline, its wooden siding a tired brown gray, the roof heavy with snow. The porch sagged just enough to notice. The front windows were dark squares. One upstairs window, slightly off-center, glowed a warm, honey yellow. I felt an unexpected wash of relief seeing that light. It meant heat. It meant someone was home. It meant I had not come all this way to find an empty shell. As I eased off the gas and coasted down toward the narrow driveway, I glanced up at that lit window again. For half a second, there was a shape in it. A person, or at least the outline of one, standing very still. Shoulders had the suggestion of arms at their sides. Too far away to see a face, too close to blame on a trick of light. The figure did not move, just seemed to be there, watching the road. Then, as my brain scrambled to catch up and label it, Scott. That has to be Scott. The shape stepped back out of view. Not fast. Not in a way that suggested surprise or panic. Just a slow, smooth retreat from the glass. By the time the car's tires rolled onto the start of the driveway, the window showed only light. Warm, blank light. I told myself that of course it was him. Who else would it be? I told myself I was glad someone had been watching for me. I told myself that little tightening in my chest was just the cold, and I drove up toward the house. 1.3. The house that used to belong to someone else. The driveway was steeper than it looked from the road. My tires slipped once on the packed snow before catching again, grumbling their way up to a flat patch right in front of the porch. The house loomed closer, all dark wood, and sagging lines the snow piled up along its base like it had been trying to bury the place for years and just got tired. When I shifted into park and turned the key, the engine cut out with a shudder. The sudden silence was almost physical. For a second, there was nothing but the ticking of hot metal cooling and my own breath in the cabin. Then the world outside poured in. I heard the wind first. Not a gentle breeze, but a steady low push sliding through the trees and against the siding, making the branches creak. Somewhere on the roof, snow shifted with a soft sliding hiss. My headlights dimmed, then clicked off, and the only light came from the porch fixture and that one upstairs window. The front door opened before I could reach for the handle. A figure stepped out onto the porch shoulders, hunched against the cold, wearing a heavy flannel jacket and jeans tucked sloppily into boots. For a second, with the porch light behind him, it was just a silhouette. Then he came down 2 steps, and the shadows broke enough for me to recognize his face. "Jeremy," he said. His voice sounded like Scott's, but quieter, like someone had turned the volume down and never turned it back up. I got out of the car, boots crunching into the snow. The air hit me hard, filling my nose and throat with cold until it almost hurt. I smiled automatically, that reflex you have when you see someone you used to know well and suddenly feel like a guest in their life. "Hey man," I said. You weren't kidding about the cold. I expected him to grin, to fire back with some dumb line about city boys and thin blood. Instead, his mouth twitched, and then after a beat too long, he gave a small, delayed laugh. "Yeah," he said. "It's colder up here." He looked older, obviously. We both did. There was stubble on his jaw, faint lines around his eyes, but it wasn't just age. There was something dulled in his expression, like someone had sanded down the edges. His eyes did not sit still on my face. They kept flicking past me to the car, to the tree line, to the upstairs window, and back again, as if he was checking for something over and over. We did the awkward hug-handshake hybrid people do when they can't decide how close they still are. His arms went around me briefly, his jacket stiff with cold, and then he stepped back, still studying me like I might not be real. "Long drive?" he asked. "Not terrible," I said. "The last bit's like a video game, though. I get why you told me not to come up here in January." That time, his laugh landed closer to right. "Yeah, they don't plow as much then." He grabbed my duffel bag without asking and headed up the steps, boots thudding dully on the wood. I locked the car, more out of habit than necessity. There was no one up here to steal it, and followed him inside. The air on the other side of the door was a different kind of cold, warmer than outside, sure, but still carrying a chill deep in it, like the house had a temperature of its own. It refused to rise above. The entryway was small, just a square of scuffed wood floor, with a rack for coats and a mat for boots. It smelled like old wood and dust, and something faintly medicinal, mothballs maybe, or the ghost of cleaning solution from years of scrubbing. "Sorry about the mess," he said automatically. There wasn't much of one. Shoes tucked off to one side, a few hooks holding jackets, a couple of cardboard boxes against the wall. What struck me more was what wasn't there. No stack of Amazon packages, no pile of mail, no random clutter that accumulates when someone really lives in a place. Everything felt thin. The living room opened up to the left. It was larger than I had expected, with a low ceiling and walls paneled in the same dark wood as the outside. A couch sat against one wall, its cushions sagging in the middle, a coffee table in front of it, with a ring of old watermarks. There were a couple of old lamps with yellowed shades, a bulky TV on a stand that looked at least 10 years behind the times. On the wall above the couch hung a series of framed photos. In a few of them, I recognized Scott as a kid, gap-toothed, sunburned hair sticking up, grinning at the camera on a fishing trip, or standing in front of a Christmas tree. In others, an older couple smiled stiffly, arms around each other. His grandparents, I realized. His features were there, if you looked hard enough, a little of his nose in his grandmother's face, a hint of his jawline in his grandfather's profile. "This was theirs?" I asked, nodding toward the photos. "Yeah," he said. "Grandma and Grandpa. They bought it before I was born, retired up here. My parents would bring me on weekends." He shrugged the motion small. "They died a few years back. I moved in after, to keep the place from rotting, I guess." There was something about the way he said that, like the house was a thing that might choose to decay out of spite if no one was watching, that made a tiny muscle jump in my neck. Across from the couch, directly opposite where I would be sitting, was a hallway. It was narrower than it should have been, like someone had misjudged the measurements when they built the house. The walls on either side were paneled in the same dark wood, and the floorboards ran straight down its length, drawing your eyes all the way to the end, whether you wanted them to go or not. There were door frames on either side, 2 on the left, 1 on the right, all open, no doors. At the far end where the hall just stopped, there was a darker square I realized was the bathroom. No light was on back there. From where I stood, it was just a black rectangle inside another black rectangle, a layered darkness that did not give anything back. My eyes lingered on it longer than I meant them to. I had the weird sensation that I was looking down a tunnel at an underground train that wasn't coming yet, but might at any second. "That's the bathroom?" I asked, mostly to say something. "Yeah," Scott said, following my gaze. His shoulders tightened almost imperceptibly. "Bathroom at the end. 2 guest rooms on the left and right. I don't really use them. Too cold back there." "Too cold?" I snorted lightly. "Colder than in here." He gave that delayed little laugh again, but did not answer. We sat down on the couch, the cushions sighing under our weight. From this angle, the hallway sat on my right, filling the edge of my vision. Even when I looked at him, I knew it was there. A dark mouth opening into the interior of the house. Every so often, a draft would move through the room, and I could hear a faint whistle from that direction, like air being pulled along the narrow space. We tried to catch up. It felt exactly like that trying. I told stories about people from school I had run into in the city, about my job, about my ex in the vaguest terms. He nodded, smiled, sometimes added a detail here and there. His eyes, though, kept drifting away. Sometimes to the coffee table, sometimes to the photos on the wall, sometimes to the hallway, like he was waiting for something to happen there. At one point, I mentioned a night back in high school when we thought his parents had gone to bed, and we snuck downstairs to watch a horror movie. Remember that one, I said. The old farmhouse, the footsteps upstairs. I watched it again last year. It's actually way dumber than I remember. He flinched so slightly, I almost missed it. Yeah, he said. His hands tightened on his knees. A lot of old houses, a lot of footsteps. You ever hear weird stuff up here, I asked, half joking, half fishing. Like all alone, middle of the night. Must be crazy with all this emptiness. His jaw worked once. The wind makes it do things he said. Creaks. Groans. You get used to it. He said it like someone talking about chronic pain. Not like something you ever really got used to, just something you learned to live around. As the evening went on, the light outside, the windows went from dark blue to black. The lamps threw pools of yellow in the corners, leaving the upper parts of the walls in shadow. The wind picked up, strafing the side of the house with long, low gusts that made the structure shudder, almost imperceptibly. Somewhere below us, the old heater kicked on a deep rumbling, rising up through the floorboards, like a distant engine coming to life. When it shut off, the silence afterward thumped in my ears. Eventually, there was a lull in the conversation, the kind where both people lean back and realize they have reached the edge of what small talk can cover. Scott glanced at the clock on the wall and rubbed the back of his neck. You must be beat, he said. Long drive. I can set up the couch for you. Yeah, I admitted. I'm feeling that highway in my spine. I nodded toward the hall. You don't want me in one of the guest rooms? I don't snore. Much. He looked down the hallway, then back at me. His expression closed up slightly. They got too cold back there, he said. The way he said they, instead of it, made the hairs on my arms lift a little. The vents don't do much that far from the furnace, he added quickly, as if realizing how it sounded. Couch is fine. I can pull it out. There's a decent mattress. Couch is good, I said, holding up my hands in surrender. As long as I don't roll into the coffee table. We got up. He disappeared into a closet, came back with sheets and a folded blanket, the kind with the old-fashioned pattern that made me think of grandparents' houses before he even said anything. I set my bag down near the end of the couch, trying not to look directly at the black bar of the hallway. At some point, after we brushed teeth and turns at the kitchen sink and mumbled goodnights, I realized I should probably find the bathroom before the lights went off. The idea of having to navigate that hall in total darkness later did not appeal. I'm gonna hit the bathroom, I said. Yeah, he said. End of the hall. Switch is on the right. The hallway was narrower from inside it. The walls seemed to lean in just a little. My footsteps on the wood sounded too loud, bouncing back at me. The darkness at the end broke when I reached for the switch and flicked it on. Harsh yellow light flooded the small bathroom, bouncing off white tile, a mirror, spotted with age, a tub with a thin curtain. On my way back, I did what I always do in unfamiliar hallways. I glanced through the nearest open door without really thinking about it. The guest room to my left was mostly empty. Bare floorboards, bare walls, a single small window with a shade half drawn. In the far corner, where the two walls met, stood a wooden chair. It was plain the kind you'd expect to find at a kitchen table, straight back, no padding wood darkened by years of use. But it was the way it was positioned that stopped me for a heartbeat. The chair wasn't pushed under an invisible table or turned toward the window. It was angled precisely so that it faced the doorway, faced the hallway, faced the spot where I was standing. There was nothing on it. No clothes, no boxes stacked on the seat, no dust cloth draped over the bag. Just the chair, empty, sitting in the corner, like it had been pulled there for a purpose and never moved again. For a second, in the thin spill of light from the bathroom, it was too easy to imagine someone sitting there in the dark, hands on their knees, eyes fixed on the hall, on anyone who might walk past in the middle of the night. On me. I tore my gaze away, swallowing, suddenly aware of how quiet the house had gone. The heater had shut off again. The wind outside seemed farther away. The only sound was the faint tick of some pipe cooling in the wall. Just a chair, I told myself under my breath as I stepped back into the living room. Old house, old furniture, that's all. But even as I pulled out the couch bed and smoothed the sheets, even as I turned off the lamp and slid under the blanket, I could feel the memory of that chair sitting in the corner of my mind, angled toward the hallway on purpose. Like it was still there, waiting for someone to sit down and watch the dark. 2.1. Trying to sleep with a hallway staring at you. The couch bed complained when it opened metal joints, groaning like something waking up after a long bad nap. Scott tugged at the frame, once making sure it locked into place, then stepped back and let me wrestle the rest of it into shape. The mattress was thinner than my body would have preferred, but I had slept on worse. It smelled faintly of dust and something old and fabric softener sweet underneath, like it had absorbed 1,000 nights of other people's weight and never quite forgotten any of them. The blanket he handed me was heavy and scratchy in that way. Only old blankets can be the pattern, a faded geometric design that reminded me of the carpet in my grandparents' living room. "You warm enough?" he asked, standing there with his hands on his hips, looking at the couch instead of at me. "Yeah," I said. "This is perfect. Better than the dorm couches I used to crash on." He gave that almost laugh again. It came late, like his body had to search for the muscle memory. "The bathroom lights at the end of the hall," he reminded me. "Switch is on the right. If the heater kicks loud, it's just the boiler. It knocks sometimes." "All good," I said. "I'll survive." He nodded, hesitated, like he wanted to add something else, then just said, "Night," and turned away. I watched him climb the stairs, 15 steps bare wood, one of them squeaking higher than the others, and disappear around the corner. A door closed softly above me. For the first time since I had arrived, I was alone in the living room. The house seemed to notice. Without conversation filling it, the space took a slow, deep breath. I could hear the wind, more clearly pressing against the walls, a low, constant push that made the windows tremble in their frames just enough to tick. Somewhere higher up, a loose piece of siding or an unsecured shutter rattled when the gusts hit right. The floor under my bare feet felt colder than the air, like the boards were leaching heat out of me. I looked at the lamp on the side table near the arm of the couch. The shade was crooked, its fabric stained in a few places with old water spots. The bulb inside cast a soft yellow circle that reached out into the room and then thinned as it approached the start of the hallway. Beyond that, the light just stopped. the hallway swallowed it. From where I lay, I could see that sharp line where light turned into nothing, and then the long, narrow dark that led to the bathroom and the guest rooms, one of them holding that stupid chair in the corner. For a second, I considered turning the lamp off. I told myself I was not a kid, that I did not need a nightlight, that darkness would help me sleep. I even reached for the switch. My hand hovered there, fingers resting on the cool metal. The idea of the room dropping into complete black and that hallway becoming not just dark, but invisible, did something unpleasant to my lungs. I pictured waking up in the middle of the night, disoriented, with no point of reference, convinced something was standing just beyond the edge of the pull-out mattress, breathing down at me. I left the lamp on. It felt like a concession to the house somehow, like I was admitting we were going to have a conversation, whether I liked it or not. I crawled under the blanket and lay on my back listening. The heater had shut off a few minutes earlier, leaving behind an echo in my ears, like the afterimage of a bright light. The wind slid its palms along the siding again, testing for weak spots. Once there was a sharp, dry crack from somewhere in the ceiling, the sound of a beam expanding or a nail shifting in the cold. Old houses do that, I told myself. They complain. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and held it above me. The glow was an immediate comfort, a small piece of the city in my hands. I scrolled through apps, through feeds, through nothing. My brain was too tired to really take in what I was looking at, but the motion kept a certain kind of anxiety at bay. As long as I was reading skimming tapping, I did not have to look at the hallway directly. Every time I locked the phone to save battery, the room changed. The soft lamplight felt less like a nice touch and more like a stage light, throwing harsh shadows along the edges of furniture. The rug's pattern folded into abstract shapes that could have been anything if I stared too long. The dark square of the hallway doorframe was a mouth again, breathing cold into the room in slow drafts. I would lie there until my skin prickled, then give up and wake the phone back up, flooding my face with cold blue-white light. Between swipes, my mind kept wandering back to why I was here in the first place. That DM. The way his name had popped up after years of nothing, as if the gap between then and now could be bridged with a couple of words typed on a touchscreen. You should come up this winter. Place is quiet. Snow's nice. I thought about the versions of Scott I had known. The kid who threw himself into ponds on dares. The teenager who did impressions of every teacher so wickedly accurate that we would choke on our laughs in the back row. He had been loud, quick, messy in that specific way that makes some people exhausting and others magnetic. The man who had met me at the door a few hours ago felt like someone had turned all of that down and never turned it back up. His voice was softer. His jokes, when they came, were pale reflections of the old ones. Even the way he moved upstairs had a certain caution to it, like he was watching for something under his own feet. I told myself that is what time does. It wears people down. It sands off the sharp edges, leaves you with a smoother, quieter version. Still lying there, with a blanket over my chest, and my bag sitting at arm's length on the floor, like a totem of my other life, I could not shake the sense that something had taken more from him than just years. The heater kicked back on with a whoosh air rushing through unseen ducts. The floor vibrated faintly. Somewhere, a pipe ticked as hot water pushed against its cold walls. That low hum rose up from below the house again, like a distant generator in a basement I had not yet seen. I heard movement upstairs then. Soft at first, a shift of weight, a floorboard murmuring in protest. Scott, I thought automatically. Just him getting comfortable, maybe going to the bathroom, maybe pacing a bit after lying down. The footsteps did not sound like someone getting ready for bed, though. They were too measured. Not the random shuffle of a person in slippers, but a pattern of few steps one way, pause a few steps back. Back and forth, back and forth. I lay still. Phone dimmed against my chest, listening hard. The house had a way of distorting direction. I could not tell exactly where above me he was walking, only that he seemed to be covering the same small stretch, again and again. 5 or 6 steps a halt, 5 or 6 steps back. Pacing, I decided. That was all. People pace when they cannot sleep. I had done it myself, in tiny circles around my apartment kitchen, when anxiety decided 4 a.m. was a great time to unpack regrets. But there was something in the rhythm that bothered me. The pauses were all the same length, like he was hitting an invisible wall, each time turning on the exact same spot, retracing an invisible line carved into the floor. The wind pushed harder against the house, making a tree branch scrape somewhere along the siding, with a dry, intermittent squeal. The heater cycled off. The floor cooled under me by degrees. The footsteps upstairs slowed, then stopped. Silence reached down and spread out through the boards. I waited for a door to close, a toilet to flush some small human sound to anchor the movements I had just heard. Nothing came. The house settled more fully into itself, an old animal curling tighter against the cold. I unlocked my phone again, needing the distraction. A message from my boss sat unread, another pointless email waiting for a reply. A group chat with coworkers pinged with a meme I did not have the energy to understand. I thought about sending a quick text to anyone just to say, I made it. I'm at my friend's place. It's weird, but fine. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I glanced up over the top of the phone toward the hallway. The lamplight reached just far enough to make the first few feet visible. I could see the floorboards there, running straight and calm, and the edge of the first door frame. Beyond that, the dark was thicker. It was not just absence of light. It looked like something had collected there, shadow pooled and pressed together into a single solid black that did not give back any detail. If someone had been standing halfway down that hall, just inside that zone, I am not sure I would have known until they took a step forward. An image came to me, uninvited, the wooden chair in the guest room, empty. The doorway, framing it like a picture. The idea of that chair scraped a few inches closer to the door every night without anyone touching it. I pushed the thought away hard and focused back on the screen. I ended up not texting anyone. It felt too strange to try to describe where I was, what this house felt like in a cartoon bubble. Instead, I set my alarm, dropped the phone on the floor within easy reach, and rolled onto my side, facing away from the hallway. The blanket rustled. The springs in the mattress complained quietly. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine the noises of my apartment neighbors talking, buses, breaking someone's music, leaking through the wall, overlaying the sounds here like a familiar song played over static. Somewhere above me, a board sighed just once, under a foot I could not see. 2.2. The sprint above me. I must have drifted off at some point. 1 second, I was staring at the pattern on the rug, watching it blur and sharpen as my eyes fought sleep. And the next, I was somewhere else, deep in that strange, murky place where you are not dreaming yet, but the world has already slipped a little out of focus. When I woke up, It was not like in the movies. There was no bolt upright, gasp, no dramatic clutch at the sheets. My eyes just opened. The lamp was still on, turned low. The room glowed in a tired yellow way, shadows pressed into the corners like they were trying to hide from the light. My tongue felt dry. I could hear my own breathing slow and shallow. I reached blindly for my phone fingers, bumping into it on the floor. The screen flared too bright when I tapped it, stabbing at my pupils. I squinted at the time. 2:04 a.m. Of course, it is always that kind of hour when things feel wrong. At first, I did not know why I was awake. I lay there listening, expecting to catch some obvious clue, a distant car, a door closing, Scott moving around upstairs. Instead, the bigger thing was what I did not hear. The heater was off. I realized it because the absence of its low, steady hum was like the bottom dropping out of a soundscape I did not know I had been relying on. The pipes were quiet. No whoosh of air through vents, no ticking as metal expanded. The wind, which had been a constant presence all evening, had gone oddly calm. No scrape of branches, no soft roar against the siding. Even the trees seemed to be holding their breath. The house felt still, not resting, not peacefully asleep, just waiting. I lay on my back phone, dimming in my hand, and let my eyes travel up to the ceiling. It loomed close in that way, low ceilings do, at night, a pale plane, broken only by a hairline crack running diagonally across one corner. Somewhere above that surface was Scott's room. The bed, his footsteps from earlier, the idea of him up there breathing and turning over and talking in his sleep should have been comforting. It did not feel comforting. For a long, shaky moment, nothing happened. There was that thick silence, my pulse in my throat, the distant hiss of blood in my ears. I was just starting to tell myself I had woken up for no reason. Maybe a micro-dream. Maybe my own body jerking enough to shock itself awake when the house moved. The first step landed directly above me, so sudden and so heavy that I flinched. Thud. It was not the soft creak of someone testing a board with their weight. It was a full, committed footfall heel and then toe slamming into the wood. Before my brain could process it, another came. And another. And another. Thud, 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 thud. The footsteps exploded into motion, sprinting from one end of the upstairs room to the other. The boards overhead shuddered under each impact. Dust sifted from the ceiling in a fine, invisible rain. It sounded like someone had decided that at 2:04 in the morning, in a house half buried in snow, was the perfect time to run wind sprints. They reached the far side of the room and stopped dead. No slowing, no trailing off. Just a hard, abrupt end, like someone had run full speed into a wall you could not see. My heart was suddenly too big. It felt like it was trying to push itself up into my throat. I did not move. I did not breathe. I stared at the ceiling as if I could see through it, as if I looked hard enough, the wood would become transparent and show me who or what was up there. For a second or two, there was nothing. No more footsteps. Just that returned, suffocating stillness. Then the running started again. Same direction. Same pacing. Same pounding rhythm. Thud, 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 thud. It crossed the length of the room as fast as any person in sneakers on a gym floor. But this wasn't a court with polished boards. This was an old bedroom with furniture in it. A bed, a dresser, a nightstand. Even if you wanted to run, there would not be much room. You would have to dodge, weave shift your shoulders. The sound was too straight, too clean, No stutter of steps, no variation, just full-on straight-line sprinting. They stopped again. Hard. It reminded me of those drills we used to do in gym class suicides, the coach screaming at us to touch each line and turn lungs-burning feet slamming into the floor. Only I did not hear anyone turning. I did not hear the weight shift, the almost slip, the shuffle pivot. It was as if the running started and stopped inside a narrow tube, perfectly straight, anchored to two invisible points. My first thought, the one my fear grabbed onto, because it felt human, was Scott. He could be restless. He could have had a nightmare, shot out of bed, started pacing, started running. People do weird things when they're sleep-deprived or anxious. Maybe he was losing it a little. Maybe he was just burning off some kind of energy. But even as that explanation formed, it began to fall apart. I had not heard his bedroom door open. Not once. Up there, every hinge had squeaked earlier when he showed me around. The frame had tapped lightly when he closed it for the night. Now, with the whole house this quiet, that sound would have been loud. I would have heard the click of the latch, the creak of the jamb. I had not heard the bed. No springs groaning under his weight as he got out, no subtle thunk of feet hitting the floor. And there was nowhere for him to be running to. No bathroom upstairs, no long hallway like the one down here. Just his room. And from what I had seen through a half-open door earlier, a small storage room barely big enough to turn around and filled with boxes. The footsteps blasted across the ceiling a third time, maybe a fourth. I lost count, with the same relentless speed. Then as sharply as someone flicking a switch, they stopped. Silence dropped back into place, like a lid. A tight, hard silence that made my ears ring. It felt like a soundproof booth, like someone had padded the inside of the house with insulation made of nothing. I lay there, muscles locked, listening so hard that every pulse of my own blood sounded like it might be coming from the walls. I waited for some follow-up noise, some afterthought that would turn this into a normal event. No creak of a mattress taking weight again. No soft thump of a pillow being punched into shape. No toilet flushing. No water running. No cough. No muttered curse. If you ignored the pounding in my chest, the house might as well have been empty. I considered calling his name. Scott, just loudly enough to carry up the stairs. If he answered sleepy, confused, annoyed, it would at least attach this to a living person I knew, to a body I could picture moving around up there. But the idea of my own voice breaking that awful stillness made my throat close. There was something fragile about the quiet now, like the surface of a frozen pond. If I threw a sound at it, maybe it would crack, and what was underneath would not be ice at all. So I did nothing. I stayed on my back, eyes wide, and the dim lamplight blanket pulled up to my chin, like that extra layer of fabric meant anything. Minutes passed. I watched the little numbers on my phone. Shift 205, 206. The heater stayed off. The wind did not pick up again. Even the tree branch that had been scraping the siding earlier seemed to have gone still, as if the whole world had paused to see what I would do next. When the next sound came, it was small. If the previous ones had been shouts, this was a whisper. A single footstep, not a run, not even a walk. Just one solitary, carefully placed step. It landed closer to the stairs than before. I could feel the subtle difference in the way the ceiling responded, the way the vibration came down through the beams. It sounded like someone had shifted their weight forward just once, like a person standing still, taking exactly one step into a new position, and then deciding not to move again. That was it. No follow-up, no retreating echo. Just that one heavy, deliberate tap above my head. In the map of the house, I had been slowly building in my mind the top of the staircase lined up roughly with where the hallway began below. I could see it without having to get up the stairs, rising along the wall, turning the floor above, stretching out the first few boards of the upper landing, extending over the dark corridor downstairs. Whoever had been running, whatever had been running, had stopped now at that edge up there, where you step off the last stair and decide which way you are going to go. Lying there on my back, I realized that if I peeled the ceiling away like a layer of skin, I would see a pair of feet planted somewhere above the start of that hallway, standing, waiting, right over the point where the darkness below began. 2.3, morning, and a Scott I do not recognize. When I finally slept, it was not real sleep. It was the thin, shallow kind you fall into when your body gives up before your mind does. I slid in and out of it, catching fragments of dreams that were just rearranged pieces of the house, the hallway, the upstairs ceiling, the crack in the paint above me until they all blurred together. Morning arrived in the quietest way possible. I did not wake to an alarm or to movement. I woke to light. A faint, washed-out gray filtered through the curtains, soft enough that for a second I thought my eyes were still closed. The lamp on the table beside me had burned itself out sometime in the night. The bulb was cold and dark now. The living room looked smaller in this light, but less hostile. The hard-edged shadows had dissolved. Even the hallway seemed more like a normal architectural mistake than a mouth. For a few seconds, lying there on my back, with the blanket tangled around my legs, I almost convinced myself that I had dreamt the whole thing. That I was folding together old horror movies, the sway of the house in the wind, and my own nerves into something worse than it had been. Then I remembered the way the floor above my head had jumped under those footsteps. The way the sound had been so sharp and so close that I'd felt it in my teeth. The exact numbers on my phone, 204. The single step at the end, right where the landing would be. My body remembered it before my mind did. My chest tightened, my stomach rolled, and for a moment I had to breathe slowly, just to stop myself from sitting up too fast. I pushed the blanket back and swung my legs over the side of the couch bed. The boards were cold under my feet. I folded the mattress up halfway on autopilot, just enough that the living room looked less wrecked, then gave up on making it neat. I followed the smell of coffee instead. The kitchen was just past the living room, separated only by a small change in flooring, from wood to cracked linoleum. A single window over the sink let in that same pale light, throwing a dull rectangle onto the counter. Scott stood at the stove, wearing the same flannel from last night's sleeves, pushed up his hair, flattened on one side, like he had slept hard on it and not bothered to fix it. "Morning," he said, without turning around. "Hey," I answered, voice still rough with sleep. He had 2 mugs sitting on the counter. One had coffee already in it, steaming faintly. The other was empty, waiting. There was something weirdly intimate about seeing them both there side by side, like evidence of a routine I was stepping into. When he glanced back and saw me, his eyes flicked to the second mug, then away. He reached out quickly, picked it up, and slid it into the drying rack with the others. "Oh," he said. I grabbed an extra by mistake. The explanation was too fast, too practiced for something that was supposedly a mistake. It stuck in my brain like a hook. "Big coffee day, I get it," I said lightly, trying to sound normal. He poured coffee into a different mug for me, handed it over without our fingers touching. The smell hit me first, burnt and bitter, but familiar. It grounded me, Breakfast was simple scrambled eggs made in a pan that had seen better days, slices of toast that came out a little too dark from an old toaster butter, scraped thinly from the sides of a nearly empty tub. We sat at a small table, pushed up against the wall, our chairs cramped between the fridge and a cupboard. For a few minutes, it almost felt like any other morning in any other shared space. The clink of forks on plates, the small huff of the fridge motor kicking on the soft drip of the coffee maker finishing its cycle. I was the one who broke it. Dude, I said, trying to keep my tone somewhere between joking and casual. Were you like running laps up there last night at, 2 in the morning? He froze mid-chew. It was just for a split second. A tiny pause, but it was like someone had hit pause on a video. His jaw stayed still, his eyes fixed on a point just over my shoulder. Then he forced the food down, swallowed, and shrugged without looking at me. Must have been the house, he said. It makes weird noises when the wind shifts. He went back to eating, the subject closed. He did not ask, "What time?" He did not say, "What are you talking about?" He did not laugh and tell me I was imagining things, or tease me for being a city boy scared of creeks. He just denied it in a way that did not feel like denial. It felt like someone shutting a door and leaning against it from the other side. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Guess I'm not used to how quiet it is out here." He nodded, still not looking up. "You do after a while." We let the conversation slip back into safer territory: work, weather, people we vaguely remembered from school. He was there in it technically, but there was a delay between my words and his responses, like his thoughts had to travel from somewhere far away before they came out of his mouth. More than once, I noticed his gaze drift past me toward the living room, toward the beginning of the hallway. Even with the sun up and the house filled with the ordinary sunlight smell of eggs and coffee, that strip of shadow seemed to hold some part of his attention on a leash. After breakfast, he busied himself with rinsing dishes and setting them in the sink. I offered to help. He waved me off. "You're the guest," he said, in that automatic way people do when they want you to stay out of their way. I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face and brush my teeth. Walking down the hallway in daylight should have felt like nothing. The walls were just wood. The floor was just boards. The open doors on either side revealed normal, if sparsely furnished, rooms. The guest room with the chair looked more ordinary in the morning. Light from its window fell across the floor in a pale strip, illuminating dust motes, turning in slow circles. The chair itself was just a chair again, hard, straight-backed, its surface nicked and worn. But it was still angled exactly the same way as last night, the back neatly against the corner, the seat turned toward the doorway, as if whoever had placed it there had measured its position carefully. Behind it, on the windowsill, I noticed something I had missed in the half-light. A faint, irregular smear on the white paint. It was about the size of a handprint, but stretched smudged downward in thin streaks. It could have been dirt, or maybe residue from something that had been set there over and over and dragged a little each time. It looked like something or someone had rested their hand or arm there again and again while sitting and looking out into the hallway. I stepped closer without entirely meaning to, squinting at it. When I reached out with my fingertips, some small, sensible part of my brain snapped at me to stop. I pulled my hand back, suddenly aware of how deep the quiet was in this side of the house. I could not hear Scott in the kitchen from here. The heater had not come on yet. The only sound was the soft, muffled ticking of the baseboard, expanding or cooling, I could not tell which. "Too cold back there," he had said. I backed out of the room and went to the bathroom, deliberately not looking at the chair again as I passed. The rest of the morning and early afternoon slid by in a strange, lopsided way. We talked, but it never reached that easy rhythm old friends sometimes fall back into. It was like there was a lag between us that neither of us knew how to fix. We walked around outside for a while, boots crunching through thin snow in the yard, our breath fogging in front of us as we made small observations about the trees, the way you could see the valley from the edge of the property. Inside, Scott drifted through the house like someone who knew every creak and still did not fully trust them. He would start telling me something, then trail off mid-sentence. Once I found him standing at the living room window, staring out, with his eyes unfocused, his reflection hovering over the glass like another person. Another time, I caught him, stopped at the start of the hallway, looking down at jaw clenched, as if deciding whether to go all the way to the end. When he noticed me watching, he would immediately move, pretend he had been on his way somewhere else. At some point in the afternoon, he went upstairs to grab me an extra blanket in case it gets colder tonight. I followed a few minutes later, curiosity nudging me along. The stairs creaked under my weight, the air cooler the higher I climbed. The upper floor was smaller than I had imagined, just a short landing and 2 doors. One was open, revealing a compact bedroom, a double bed, a dresser, a single nightstand with a lamp and a narrow strip of floor between them. The ceiling sloped down slightly on one side, making the room feel even tighter. The other door opened onto a storage space, hardly bigger than a walk-in closet. A couple of boxes were stacked in one corner. An old coat hung on a hook. There was barely room to turn around without bumping your elbows on the walls. I stood there halfway between the 2 rooms and replayed the sound from last night in my head. Those footsteps had not been careful. They had not been slow. They had been full pounding sprints, as if someone had taken a running start and gone straight across an open floor. Up here, there was nowhere to do that. No long, clear path to build speed. Even if you started at one end of the bedroom and ran to the dresser, you'd only get a couple of full strides in before you hit solid furniture. It did not make sense. The dimensions were wrong. My memory and the reality did not match. "Need something?" Scott's voice came from behind me. I turned more sharply than I meant to. He was at the top of the stairs, a folded blanket in his arms, watching me with an expression I could not quite read. Something between suspicion and exhaustion. "Just getting the tour," I said, forcing a smile. "Checking out the penthouse." He didn't smile back. "Nothing to see up here," he said. "Just my room and a junk closet." He handed me the blanket, then reached past me to pull the storage room door mostly shut, leaving it open just a crack. As he did, I noticed a scuff mark on the floor near the threshold, a darker streak across the wood, like something heavy had been dragged there once and then never moved again. Downstairs, the house creaked as if something big had shifted in its sleep. 3.1. The town that pretends not to see. By late morning, the house had started to feel too small for both my thoughts and my skin. It was not that anything dramatic had happened since breakfast. The hours had just stretched in a weird, thin way. We half-watched some show on his old TV, with the volume turned low, the sound drifting in and out like it was having trouble crossing the room. We attempted another round of small talk. There were pauses where neither of us spoke, and the silence felt heavier than it should have. At some point, I caught myself staring at the hallway again, counting the door frames like it would make a difference. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, dark rectangle at the end. The memory of last night's footsteps sat in the back of my skull like a bruise. "Hey," I said finally, more to break my own spiraling than anything. "You want to go into town? Get coffee somewhere that isn't your kitchen. Maybe a beer later." Scott was sitting on the edge of the couch, elbows on his knees, hands loosely clasped. He looked up slowly, like I had pulled him up from deep underwater. "Yeah," he said after a second. "We can do that." There was a tiny flicker of something relief, maybe in his expression, gone almost as soon as I noticed it. We got our coats and boots on in the entryway. When I opened the front door, the cold slapped me clean in the face. The snow outside had thickened a little since yesterday. The drifts along the trees, higher the sky, a flat white lid with no color to it at all. The car groaned when he started it. The heater blew air that smelled faintly stale before it warmed up. For a while, we drove in silence down the steep, twisting road, the tires hissing and crunching over the mix of snow and asphalt. Scott kept the radio off. Not low, not turned to some barely there station off. His eyes were locked on the road hands at 10, and 2, like a driving instructor, was watching. His jaw was tight enough that I could see the muscle twitch. "You ever listen to anything?" I asked, half joking, half meaning it. "Music podcasts, murder shows about other people's problems." He huffed air out of his nose, almost a laugh. "Sometimes," he said. "Signal's crap, and it's quiet up here. Easier to hear the road." I could not argue with that. The silence outside the car wrapped around us, thick as the snowbanks. When we passed under a stand of trees, branches heavy and low, they made a soft, brushing sound along the roof that set my teeth on edge more than it should have. The town, when we dropped into it, felt almost busy by comparison. A few more cars angled into spaces on the main street. People in heavy coats moved between the diner, the hardware store, the little grocery. Smoke rose from chimneys in straight, thin lines. We parked outside the diner I had seen the night before. The neon open sign buzzed in the window, its red letters faint in the daylight. A bell over the door chimed when we stepped in, and warmth washed over me, thick with the smell of frying oil and coffee. The place was small, maybe 10 tables a counter with swivel stools, a pie case with 2 lonely slices of something that might once have been apple. A few locals sat scattered around shoulders, hunched, talking in low voices. Heads turned when the bell rang. Eyes flicked to us, then away again, in that quick assessment glance small towns never bother hiding. "Hey, Scott," a voice called. A waitress approached dishcloth slung over one shoulder. She was in her late 30s, maybe early 40s, hair pulled back into a messy bun, the lines at the corners of her eyes deeper when she smiled. Her name tag read Liz. "You doing okay up there?" she asked, like she was asking if his car was still running or if his pipes had frozen. "Yeah," he said, "just showing my friend the metropolis." She gave me a polite once-over, the outsider, in a city jacket. "You picked a quiet weekend," she said. "Tourists aren't here yet. You two want a booth?" We slid into a booth by the window. The vinyl squeaked under me. Scott took the side facing the door without hesitating. I noticed that. Liz poured us coffee without asking the dark stuff, steaming in thick ceramic mugs. She rattled off the specials, but I barely listened. My attention kept snagging on that phrase she had used. "You doing okay up there?" Not "how's it going?" Not "how are you?" The up there hung in the air, like a separate place, almost a separate condition. When she walked away to grab water glasses, I leaned back and tried to keep my tone light. So I said, "You're famous." Scott blinked at me. "What?" "They know you by name. Ask if you're doing okay up there." I stirred sugar into my coffee, the spoon clinking against the mug. "What, is your house haunted or something?" I meant it as a joke, an easy throwaway line. The kind of thing you say when you're trying to pry a little without seeming serious. Liz was passing behind me with a tray when I said it. I saw her face in the reflective surface of the window for a second. The thin smile she gave was polite, but it did not reach her eyes. "Old houses get in people's heads," she said, setting the water down. "Creaks, drafts all that emptiness. You start hearing things in the quiet." Her tone was flip, but there was something under it, like the way you talk about a relative's drinking problem at a party, half joke, half warning. "Tell him about the raccoons in the attic," Scott said, quickly glancing up at her. "That's your real horror story." Liz snorted. "Raccoons, bats, squirrels. They all sound like demons at 3 in the morning." She squeezed his shoulder briefly, then moved away to another table. I turned back to him. "Raccoons," I said. "That what you've got? I'll go up and negotiate." He did not smile. Not really. Just looked down into his coffee, like it might offer a better answer than I had. I did most of the talking after that. I told stories about the city, the guy on the subway who tried to sell me a single shoe, the neighbor whose boyfriend had a screaming match with her Alexa, the way people could live 10 feet from you and never learn your name. I touched lightly on my breakup when it came up, skimming over details, making it sound more mutual than it had been. Scott listened, chimed in with a question here and there, but his mind kept drifting. I could see it in the way his gaze slid past me, to the window, to the door, to some fixed point on the wall behind my head. Sometimes he seemed to be watching the other patrons, tracking their movements with a subtle tension in his shoulders. Other times, his eyes went unfocused, staring at nothing, like he was watching something I could not see. It happened enough times that I stopped pretending not to notice. "You okay?" I asked once, when he had zoned out for a full 30 seconds, his coffee untouched in front of him. He blinked, shook his head slightly, like dislodging a thought. "Yeah," he said. "Sorry, just tired." We left the diner after an hour, stepping back out into air that felt sharper for having been inside. The smell of grease and coffee clung to my clothes, weirdly comforting against the clean, cold emptiness of the street. On the way back to the car, I told him I wanted to grab a couple things from the gas station store. "Snacks for tonight," I said, "in case your egg ration runs out." "You go ahead," he said. "I'll warm up the car." The bell over the gas station door chimed when I went in. The older woman from yesterday looked up from her paperback, blinked once, and then gave that same half smile. "Back again," she said. "Road didn't scare you off." "Not yet," I said, grabbing a bag of chips more out of habit than craving. "Might change my mind after the drive back up." She rang me up, fingers moving with slow precision. Up close, I could see the cracks in the skin on her hands, the faint blue veins beneath. "You settling in, all right up at the Harper place?" she asked, like she was asking if the bed was comfortable at a motel. The Harper place. The name landed with a weight I had not expected. Of course it had a name up here. All old houses do. "Yeah," I said. "It's cozy." I hesitated, then added half joking, "except for the cardio routine above my head at 2 in the morning." Her eyes sharpened a fraction. Cardio sounded like someone doing wind sprints upstairs, I said, letting out a short laugh to sand it down. I almost came back down here, asking to borrow a treadmill. Scott says it's just the house making noise. She did not look surprised. That was the strange part. She did not laugh, or roll her eyes, or tell me about raccoons. Her face did not do much of anything at all. There was just this small, resigned shift, like someone turning a page they had read before. Old man Harper used to complain about hearing company. After dark, she said. Said they ran around up there, kept him up. We told him it was pipes and wind. Always is, until it isn't. I tried to smile. And his wife? She hear anything? The clerk's mouth twitched. His wife said she slept like a rock, she said. Never heard a thing. Or said she didn't. That sat there between us for a moment, heavier than it had any right to be. She put my change on the counter. I picked it up, the coins cold in my palm. I was halfway to the door when she spoke again. If your friend starts talking in his sleep, she said, her voice lower, now don't answer him. That's what they said. I turned back. Who's they? She shrugged, already looking down at her book again. Old folks, people who used to help out up there. You know how stories get. I wanted to ask more what exactly he said in his sleep, why answering was supposedly such a bad idea, but the words stuck. It felt suddenly like pushing would cross some invisible line, and I did not know what was on the other side. Outside, the cold bit my lungs again. The car's engine was running exhaust, puffing in little white bursts from the tailpipe. Scott sat behind the wheel, staring straight ahead through the windshield. When I opened the passenger door, a wave of warmer air hit me, and with it, the faint smell of the housewood dust, something older. I slid in, closed the door, and buckled my seatbelt. What did you get? He asked. Just snacks, I said, and some local wisdom. He did not ask what that meant. The car rolled forward, the town shrinking in the rearview mirror, and the mountain rose up to meet us again. In the space between us and the house, one sentence from the clerk wedged itself into my brain and stayed there. If your friend starts talking in his sleep, don't answer him. 3.2. Storm coming in. By the time we wound our way back up the mountain, the sky looked wrong for the hour. It was not even late afternoon yet, but the light had gone flat and heavy, like someone had laid a slab of slate over the sun. Thick, low clouds clung to the peaks, their undersides bruised with a darker gray that promised more than just a dusting. As we pulled into the driveway, I felt a strange, muffled pop in my ears, the way you do on a plane during descent. The air pressure had shifted. When I opened the car door, the cold felt different from that morning. It was sharper, but also thicker, like it had weight to it. I could smell snow in it, clean, metallic, and a little bit wild. The wind wasn't howling yet, but it had picked up enough to slide around the house in long, probing fingers. Scott killed the engine and got out without saying much. He glanced up at the sky, once jaw tightening, then headed straight for the porch, with his shoulders slightly hunched, like he was walking into something he knew would hit him. Inside, he moved in a way I recognized from my own routines back in the city. Not relaxed exactly, but practiced. The motions of someone who has done the same loop 1,000 times. He went from window to window, checking the latches with quick, precise touches. One in the living room that rattled a bit. He shoved a folded piece of cardboard deeper into the frame to stop it. He nudged the front door shut again after I came in, pressing his palm against it to feel if it caught properly. He walked over to the old thermostat on the wall, tapped it with one finger, made a small adjustment. "Gonna get worse tonight," he said more to himself than to me. "If we keep it warm now, it won't fight as hard later." There was a fireplace in the living room. I had barely noticed my first night more decorative background than feature. Now, he dragged the mesh screen aside and stacked a few pieces of wood from a box beside it, his movements efficient and automatic. The logs thunked softly as he set them in place. When he lit them, the match flared sulfur yellow, then subsided into the crackle of flame catching dry kindling. The fireplace added a layer of sound to the house I hadn't heard before, a low, constant popping, and the soft sigh of smoke being pulled up the chimney. It should have been cozy. Instead, it just made me more aware of how much noise everything else was starting to make. The wind was finding its voice in the eaves, now sending a long, low moan along the roofline. The siding emitted small, irritated creaks as the gusts pressed against it. Somewhere above, I heard a rattle that might have been a loose shingle twitching under the first real push of the storm. "I'm gonna walk around a bit," I said, because sitting still made my skin itch. "Sure," he said, eyes on the fire. "Just don't lock yourself in the basement." It was a joke, I think. The way he said it, though, made it sound like he half believed that was a possibility. The hallway felt different in daytime when the sky was about to drop. Light from the living room stretched down it in a narrow strip, thinning out as it approached the far end. The walls on either side absorbed most of it, turning the passage into a tunnel of muted browns and dull golds. The air was cooler back there, like the warmth from the fireplace did not quite want to travel that far. I walked past the first guest room, the one with the chair, and made myself not look in. It felt like acknowledging it too often might invite it into the conversation. Instead, I angled my steps toward the second doorway. The other guest room was emptier. No chair, no carefully positioned piece of furniture facing the door. Just a small, old dresser pushed against one wall, a couple of cardboard boxes stacked in the corner, and a single curtain half pulled across the window, the fabric thin enough that the gray outside bled straight through it. The floor, though, caught my eye. The boards here were more scuffed than in the hallway or even the living room, not in the random way you'd expect from years of feet and furniture, but in a clustered, deliberate pattern. In the middle of the room, centered in that bare space where a bed might have once stood, there were a series of faint parallel scratches etched into the wood. They ran in tight lines back and forth over the same narrow band, like something heavy had been dragged across that spot again and again, not moved from one side of the room to the other, but rocked slightly, pulled forward and back and back. Some of the lines were deeper, fresher. Others were just ghosts of grooves, pale compared to the surrounding grain. I stepped closer to the floor, emitting a low complaint under my weight. Kneeling down, I traced one of the scratches with my eyes. They all faced the same direction, aligned with the long axis of the room. For a second, my brain tried to map them onto the pattern of footsteps I had heard above me last night. The straight run, the hard stops, the weird lack of variation. You drag furniture from one place to another. You don't drag it in the same 6-inch stretch over and over unless you're trying to wear something down. I imagined a bed here, once its legs grinding into the wood, over decades of weight and movement. I imagined the same motion continuing after the bed was gone, a habit with nothing physical left to justify it. A gust hit the house, then harder than the others. The window rattled in its frame. The curtain shivered outward, revealing more of the glass thin old, with tiny distortions in it that made the world outside look warped, like water viewed through ripples. The wind's voice changed as it slid around this part of the house. It was less of a moan and more of a long, drawn-out howl, the sound catching on some edge of the roof, turning into a tone that hovered between notes. It vibrated lightly in the air, almost more felt than heard, and for a moment it sounded disturbingly like someone exhaling slowly through their teeth. The boards around me responded in chorus. A low, rolling creak started along the base of one wall and traveled in a soft wave under my feet. Somewhere deeper in the structure, something popped sharp, like a knuckle cracking, then settled. I stood up suddenly, very aware of how alone I was in this part of the house. The hallway behind me looked longer from this perspective. The living room at the other end, smaller, warmer, farther away. I could not hear Scott anymore over the layered sounds of wind settling wood and the occasional snap from the fireplace. I thought about the question I had been carrying around since last night, since the running overhead. Do you hear things at night? Are you okay up here? They sat on my tongue like stones. Every time I tried to form them into actual words, a part of me recoiled. It was not just that I did not want to sound like I was accusing him of being crazy. It was that saying it out loud would make the pattern of the last 24 hours real, in a way that would be difficult to take back. If he said, "Yes, I hear them," then everything I had chalked up to old wood and nerves would shift into a different category. If he said, "No, I don't," and looked at me like I was the problem, I would still have to sleep under his ceiling in this house tonight. The wind gusted again, the sound pressing against the walls like a body. A faint whistling started somewhere in the corner of the room, a thin, reedy note I could not quite locate. It rose and fell, with each surge of air, like the house was filled with a dozen tiny throats, all testing their voices as the storm came closer. I stepped back into the hallway, rubbing my palms against my jeans. From this angle, with darker light gathering at the far end, the black mouth of the bathroom door, and the open doors of the two guest rooms looked like holes cut into a ribcage. The faint glow of the living room lamps spilled just far enough to outline the first few feet of floor, and then gave up, swallowed by the deeper shadow. "Everything okay back there?" Scott called, his voice coming from somewhere near the fireplace. "Yeah," I said. My own voice sounded too loud in the corridor, just getting the lay of the land. I walked back toward him, counting the boards under my feet as if that would help. 7 from the second guest room to the start of the hall. Then the broader planks of the living room, warmer underfoot, more familiar. He was crouched by the hearth, poking at the developing fire, with an iron tool nudging logs into a better position. The flames encouraged licked higher, throwing orange light onto the walls and ceiling. His face, lit from below, looked hollowed out for a moment, all angles and shadows. "Storm's gonna sit on us for a while," he said, not quite looking at me. "Road'll be ugly if you tried to leave tonight." "I wasn't planning on bailing that fast," I said. "You're not that bad a company." He smiled at that, but it was small, quick. His eyes slid past me again, flicking toward the hallway, the way you check the time without really meaning to. There was a question between us, thick as the dark outside. I could feel it pressing at the back of my teeth. "Do you hear them too? Do you wake up at 2:04? Did your grandfather hear them? Is that why the town talks like this about your house?" I swallowed it. The wind let out a long, low howl around the eaves, and the house answered with a deeper creak from somewhere inside its bones. 3.3. The dragging and the tap. By the time night really settled over the mountain, the storm had arrived in full. The world beyond the windows was no longer just dark, it was erased. Every now and then, when a stronger gust hit, I could see the faint suggestion of snow in the porch light, a chaotic swirling cloud rushing past the glass. The house felt smaller, the circle of warmth and light around us tighter like a ship's cabin in heavy seas. The air inside smelled faintly of smoke from the fireplace coffee and the dry sawdust smell of old wood. The sounds from outside had changed character. The wind did not just move around the house now, it slammed into it. Long body-sized gusts hit the siding with low, booming thuds that made the pictures on the walls tremble a little. The chimney took on a high, thin whistle, as if the storm was trying to speak through its narrow throat. Every so often, there was a deeper thud from above, followed by a muffled rush, the noise of heavy snow sliding off the roof and collapsing onto the drifts below. We sat up later than the first night, the storm giving us an excuse to maintain a little extra light and company. The fire worked hard, cracking and spitting in the grate flames, licking at the bark like it was something they were both devouring and trying to read. We talked in fits and starts. The television stayed off. It felt wrong to layer canned laughter over the sounds of the house reacting to the pressure outside. At some point, I caught Scott staring at the hallway again. His eyes, fixed on that strip of deeper darkness jaw, clenched just enough that a muscle twitched in his cheek. When he noticed me, he snapped his gaze back to the fire with almost comical speed. "I should turn in," he said, eventually rubbing his hands together as if they were cold even in front of the flames. "Boiler's working extra with this wind. We'll see if it keeps up." He showed me where extra blankets were folded in a basket near the couch, then climbed the stairs, each step squeaking in sequence. His door closed with that soft, reluctant click. A few minutes later, I heard the faint, distant whoosh of the heater cycling on again as the thermostat caught up with the dropping temperature. I stared at the lamp beside the couch for a long moment. The night before, I had left it on, unable to bring myself to let the hallway dissolve completely into black. It had felt like a compromise, a small island of light pushed up against a much larger darkness. Now, with the storm pressing in from all sides, that little lampshade felt almost ridiculous. A child's weapon against something that was not going to be impressed. "You're 30, I muttered under my breath. "You can sleep without the nightlight." My fingers found the switch. When I turned it, the bulb clicked and went dark, and the room dropped a full degree in brightness and temperature at the same time. The only light left came from two places: the faint gray wash seeping around the edges of the curtains, and the low red glow of the fire's embers pulsing softly in the hearth, like the slowed down heartbeat of something large and old. Shadows immediately became bolder. The outline of the coffee table stretched long across the rug. The back of the couch cast a blunt shape on the wall. The hallway without the lamp became what my brain had feared all along, a solid tunnel of black. From where I lay, I could not see where it ended. The darkness was so complete, it looked almost physical, like a wall made of negative color. I unfolded the couch bed, arranged the blankets, and lay down with the sense of someone bedding down in an unfamiliar animal's den. The sounds of the storm outside were constant, almost hypnotic if I let them be. The heater murmured through the floor. My body, exhausted from too little good sleep and too much tension, eventually dragged my mind under. When I woke up, it was like surfacing in cold water. I did not know what time it was yet. I just knew it was deep night. In that way, your bones recognize when the dark has had time to settle into every corner. The embers in the fireplace had dimmed to a faint reddish smear, barely enough to distinguish the outline of the hearth. The gray leaking through the curtains was weaker, more like the memory of light than the thing itself. The heater was off. The storm was still going, but there was a lull, one of those brief pauses between gusts when everything seems to be holding its breath. I felt heavy and stiff, the way you do. When you wake up at an hour your body does not think should be real. For a second, I just lay there, listening, wondering if it had been a sound that pulled me back, or just the accumulated discomfort of a thin mattress and a too-cold room. I reached for my phone, fingers groping along the floor until they hit cool glass. The screen lit my face with a cold blue rectangle. 2:03 a.m. Of course. Before I could decide what to do with that information, I heard it. Not from above this time, from down the hallway. The sound came soft at first, almost delicate under the memory of the wind, like someone testing a note on an instrument. A scraping low and steady, as if something were being dragged slowly across the wood. It was not vague. It was not some generalized creak I could file under old house noises. It had texture. I could hear the grain of the boards in it. A rough, drawn-out hiss, followed by a faint, irregular bump. Scrape, clunk, scrape, clunk. Whatever was moving was heavy enough that it did not glide. It caught. One corner or one edge seemed to snag on the floor, resisting, then lurching forward. The pauses between each movement were the worst part. A few seconds where everything went still, as if whoever or whatever was dragging it had to reset their grip, adjust their stance, and then try again. My heart started doing that angry fast pounding that made my whole chest feel too small. The sound was close to the floor, and that somehow made it worse. Lying on the pull-out mattress, I was only a foot or two above the boards myself. It did not take much imagination to map that noise onto the space right outside the couch frame, to picture something passing the end of my bed, inching its way down the hall. Scrape, clunk, closer, or at least more present. I stared hard at the ceiling, as if not looking would make it less real. My mind raced through rational explanations. A loose something in the draft. A fallen object being pushed along by blown air. An animal, maybe that raccoon Liz had joked about dragging a piece of trash. But there was a weight to it. Air does not drag things like that. Animals make skittering noises, claws on wood bodies bumping unevenly. This was deliberate, slow, purposeful in a way I did not have a word for. The scraping moved, stopped, moved again. It did not follow a consistent rhythm like walking would. It sounded more like searching, like someone hauling the same object in short, unsatisfying bursts, changing their mind every few inches. Then, as abruptly as if someone had lifted the thing clean off the floor, it stopped. For a second, the only sounds were the far-off howl of the wind, trying to find a crack in the storm's own noise, and my breathing too loud in my own ears. I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding, the kind that comes out in a shaky rush. That was when the wall behind my head tapped. It was not a creak, not a broad thump like the house shifting. It was a small, precise sound right behind where my skull was resting on the pillow. A single sharp flick like someone had extended one finger and snapped it against the plaster. I jerked whole body, tightening my hands, gripping the blanket. The instinct to yelp caught in my throat and turned into a strangled inhale. For a moment, I could not make myself turn around. The idea that something might be just on the other side of that wall, at the exact level of my head, left my muscles locked. When I did finally twist slowly, the motion felt like forcing my limbs through cold syrup. There was nothing to see, just the dim outline of the wall, a thin, vertical crack of lighter gray where the curtains did not quite meet. No shadow darker than the others. No suggestion of a shape. I swallowed my mouth suddenly dry and shifted my gaze toward the hallway. If anything had moved into it, I could not tell. It was a tunnel of pure black, now deeper than any shadow caused by the dying fire. The human brain hates that kind of darkness. It fills it eagerly with whatever it can come up with. My mind obliged sketching in figures that might have been there if I stared long enough. A shoulder, a bent head, something crouched low. I squeezed my eyes shut hard, saw the after images of the room burned onto my eyelids, then opened them again. The hallway was still a blank. Old house, I whispered, barely audible, even to myself. Just an old house. Somewhere upstairs, a noise bled slowly into the edges of my hearing. Not footsteps this time, not furniture, a voice. It was muffled by the floor and the layers of air between us, but I could tell it was human. Low male, moving in that half-whisper tone people use when they think someone might be asleep nearby. At first, I thought Scott was on the phone, maybe pacing, talking quiet so as not to wake me. But the longer I listened, the less right that felt. The words themselves were indistinct, eaten by the ceiling and the ambient noise of the storm. What reached me was the cadence, repetitive. A phrase or a short sentence repeated the intonation, rising and falling in the same pattern each time. It had the rhythm of an argument you were having under your breath, or a conversation you are trying to keep contained. I strained to catch actual syllables. A name, a yes, or a no. Anything to grab onto. The voice stayed stubbornly blurred, like it existed in a band of sound just outside what human ears were meant to decode. A memory surfaced with unpleasant clarity, the gas station clerk's voice casual and flat. If your friend starts talking in his sleep, don't answer him. I lay there absolutely still, every muscle buzzing, and realized I had no idea if this counted as talking in his sleep or not. It could have been a phone call. It could have been muttering. It could have been something else entirely. The thought of calling his name, of saying Scott into that space, made my throat close. It did not feel like I would be asking my friend a question. It felt like I would be picking up a line someone else had left open. So I stayed silent. The voice went on for another minute, maybe two. The same murmur, the same rise and fall. Then, as cleanly as if someone had put a hand over the speaker, it cut off. The storm roared against the siding again, retaking the soundscape. The heater coughed to life under the floor, sending a low vibration through the frame of the couch. The house's normal creaks and groans swelled to fill the void. My heart was still hammering so hard, it felt like more than just a thing inside my chest. It felt external, like an extra presence in the room, loud, frantic, impossible to hide. I lay there, staring into the dark, suddenly sure that if anything else in the house was listening, it could hear it too. 1/3 day. Different. Scott morning hit like a slap of light. I woke to a brightness that felt wrong after the storm's deep howling night. The room was full of it, thin, sharp sunlight, bouncing off white and forcing its way around the edges of the curtains. It had that post-snow glare to it, the kind that makes your eyes ache even when you are inside. For a second, lying there under the blanket on the fold-out, I could almost pretend it was any winter morning after any ordinary storm. Then I sat up and the illusion cracked. Outside, through a sliver in the curtains, the world was buried. The yard had become a smooth, unbroken sheet of white lumps where bushes and rocks had been the driveway, just a vague sunken path under piled snow. The trees looked weighed down branches drooping with heavy loads. It was beautiful in that brutal way nature has clean stripped indifferent. Inside, though, the house felt darker than it had any right to with that much light outside. The sunlight did not seem to fully make it in. It came in as a pale wash that dulled against the wood panels, swallowed by corners, before it could brighten anything. It was like the storm had pressed against the walls all night, and when it pulled back, it had left part of itself behind inside the frame. The embers in the fireplace were cold ash now, a gray smudge in the black mouth of the hearth. The air was chilly enough that my breath fogged just slightly as I exhaled. The heater kicked on with a reluctant hum, as if it too was tired of fighting. In the kitchen, Scott looked like he had lost a fight with something I could not see. He was already at the table when I walked in, a mug of coffee cradled in his hands. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites mapped with red veins. The skin under them was darker than yesterday, thin and bruised looking, like he had not slept at all, or like whatever sleep he had gotten had been the wrong kind. His movements had slowed another notch. When he reached for the butter, it was like lifting his arm took more thought than it should. "Morning," I said, trying to sound normal. "Hey," he answered, voice rough. He did not look up right away. I grabbed a plate, scooped some scrambled eggs from the pan left on the stove. They were lukewarm, sticking together in soft clumps. 2 slices of toast sat cooling on a cutting board, butter congealed in pale smears. It looked like he had started making breakfast and then stopped halfway through, caring about it. He pushed the plate of eggs toward me without taking any for himself. "You're not eating?" I asked. "Not hungry," he said. He took a sip of coffee instead, shoulders hunching in against the mug. I tried to laugh it off. "What, you burned too many calories, doing midnight sprints again?" He flinched. It was small, almost a twitch, but it was there. His shoulders jerked the slightest bit at the word midnight, at the idea of movement. The spoon I was holding slipped in my fingers and clinked against the side of my mug louder than it should have been in the quiet kitchen. He visibly braced as if the sound physically hit him. "Sorry," I said automatically. "It's fine," he muttered, staring into his coffee like it might have an answer at the bottom. The muscles in his jaw worked tight and clenched. We ate, or I ate, and he watched his coffee cool for a few minutes. The heater cycled off again, leaving a brief ringing emptiness in its wake. Somewhere, the house creaked like an old ship shifting on ice. "You know you were talking in your sleep last night," I said finally. It came out more abruptly than I meant. I had planned to ease into it, to package it as a joke, but the sentence jumped the line and hit the air before I could soften it. His head snapped up. For the first time that morning, his gaze met mine directly. "I sleep fine," he said. Too fast, too flat. It was not just denial. It was a hard, reflexive shove away from the subject, like I had reached for something he did not want touched. "I mean, I get it." I backpedaled. "This house, the storm, it's a lot. I woke up too. Thought I heard, I don't know, stuff." What stuff, he asked, but the way he said it, I knew he did not actually want to know. It was a formality, not curiosity. Just the house, I said, hearing how weak it sounded. "Wind, old wood." My brain filling in the blanks. "No big deal?" He nodded once, then changed the subject with the subtlety of a car shifting gears without a clutch. "Road's probably a mess," he said, glancing toward the window. Radio said they might not plow up here until tomorrow. You checked your phone weather app or something, I let it slide. I was not going to pry this out of him over cold eggs. We checked the weather, both of us staring at the little icons on my screen as if they were more trustworthy than what we could see with our eyes. Travel not advised, it said in polite digital letters. Snowfall totals, wind advisories, all the reasons in the world not to try to take that narrow, twisting road back down the mountain. Guess I'm your problem for another night, I said lightly. He tried to smile. It did not stick. The day dragged. The storm had done its work. The world outside was all white and glare, but not in the fun postcard way. It was the kind of snow that locked you in, that made the idea of leaving feel like a dare you would lose. The window glass was so bright in spots that looking straight at it for more than a few seconds made my head ache. In contrast, the corners of the house seemed deeper, the shadows darker. It was like someone had turned up the contrast, but only on the edges. The power flickered once around midday, the lights dimmed. The fridge gave a wheeze, the heater coughed and went quiet. We both froze, listening to the sudden vacuum of silence. Then, after a pause that felt longer than it probably was, everything hummed back to life lights, brightening to their normal level. Scott let out a breath I do not think he had known he was holding. Lines go down sometimes, he said. Trees ice. You get used to it. You keep saying you get used to it, I said. I'm not sure you actually do. He did not answer that. Just went to poke at the fire, even though it did not need it. By afternoon, the walls felt too close. I needed something to occupy my brain that was not just replaying last night's dragging sound and that single tap behind my head. Wandering through the house felt intrusive, but boredom and a low hum of anxiety pushed me past caring. In the living room, in a cabinet beneath the old TV, I found what I had half expected: photo albums, the old-fashioned kind, thick and heavy with plastic sheets, crinkling over faded prints. I sat on the couch, with one open on my lap, the pages smelling faintly of dust and that cheap, sweet chemical scent old photographs carry. There was Scott as a little kid, front tooth missing, standing on the porch of this house in a red winter coat too big for him. Snow piled high behind him, the same mountains in the background, just a little less naked with more trees. There were his grandparents, younger than in the framed pictures on the wall, smiling awkwardly at the camera from lawn chairs. A dog I had never heard him mention, grinning with its tongue out in the yard. In picture after picture, the house was there. The siding a slightly fresher shade, the windows clearer, but the bones the same. It was strange, seeing it inhabited in ways it did not feel now. There were Christmas photos with lights strung along the porch railing. Halloween shots with carved pumpkins on the steps. One photo stopped me longer than the others. It was taken just inside the front door. Scott's grandparents stood side by side, arms around each other, smiles fixed, but genuine enough. Between them, a much younger Scott leaned in, looking up at his grandfather with open adoration. Behind them, slightly out of focus, was the hallway. The camera had caught it, the way my eyes always seem to, as a strip of deeper shadow slicing into the center of the house. But the odd part was how it behaved on the print. Everything else in the photo had some detail: the grain of the wood, the pattern on his grandmother's dress, the texture of the rug. The hallway was just black. A vertical rectangle of pure darkness, even though you could tell from the light in the room that it should not have been that dark. It was not a trick of exposure, not entirely. The area just around it had normal shading. Only the interior of the hallway and the first few inches of the door frames on either side were swallowed. If someone had been standing halfway back there, only a face or a hand visible, the camera would not have picked it up. The thought made my skin ripple. My eyes kept drifting back to that part of the image, like there was something there my brain had not processed yet. It felt like those optical illusions where you stare long enough and a hidden figure jumps out at you. I leaned closer, squinting, half expecting a shape to resolve itself. It never did. The darkness stayed stubbornly smooth. You find the embarrassing ones. Yet Scott's voice came from behind the couch. I jumped a little, the album shifting on my knees. "Couple," I said, forcing a smile. I tapped a photo of him as a teenager with terrible hair. How did we think any of this was okay? He walked around the couch and glanced down. For a second, his gaze locked on the photo I had been staring at, the one with the hallway behind his family. Something in his expression tightened a small, inward flinch. Then he looked away too quickly. "Grandma loved that camera," he said. "Took pictures of everything, drove us nuts." He did not sit down. He did not reach for the album. He just hovered there for a moment, then muttered something about checking the weather on the radio and went back toward the kitchen. I watched him go, then looked at the photo one more time. The three of them smiled up at me from years ago, frozen in a moment that was supposed to be simple, a family in their house. Behind them, the hallway yawned a cutout rectangle of black that refused to share its details with anyone then or now. It was only mid-afternoon, but I felt the dread of night already starting to pool in my stomach, cold and slow, like ice forming in a glass of water. 4, 2, the hour, when everything stops. By the time the third night came, my nerves felt like they had been sanded raw. There was a rhythm to the days now, if you could call it that. Wake up to a house that never quite felt fully awake itself. Endure the stretched out hours of pale winter light leaking over snow tiptoe around conversations that never went where they needed to go. Then wait for dark to settle in and turn every shadow into a question. Dinner was a quiet affair. We ate in front of the fire bowls in our hands, the television off again. The storm had calmed from the night before, but the aftermath was almost worse. The world outside the windows felt smothered, like something heavy was sitting over the entire valley. The wind still made its presence known. Now and then, a sharp gust here, a brief rattle there, but it was no longer a constant roar. It had changed from a scream to an occasional, irritated knock. Scott spoke even less than he had that morning. His answers came late, his eyes distant. When he did look at me, there was a flicker of something almost like guilt in his expression, as if he had invited me into a situation he could not control and did not know how to explain. At one point, as I was stacking our dishes in the sink, he said, without looking up, "You should be able to get out tomorrow if the plows make it through." "Yeah," I said. "Weather app says they're trying." It was a relief and a threat both. Relief that there was an endpoint. Threat that there was still one more night before I reached it. When it came time to set up the couch, I found myself standing in the living room with the lamp switch under my fingers, caught in a small but very real war with myself. Leaving it off had not gone well. Leaving it on made me feel like a child. But the memory of the hallway as a wall of pure black of my own mind, filling it with things it had no evidence for but believed in anyway, sat heavy in my chest. This time, I split the difference. I turned the lamp on, but lo, just a dim amber glow, and angled the shade slightly away from the hall, so its light fell more on the rug and the foot of the couch than on that dark mouth. The effect was strange, like lighting a campfire, but deliberately not pointing it toward the trees. The house's nighttime noises had their pattern now too. The heater cycled on with a tired, determined hum, shoving warm air through the vents. The structure responded with its usual vocabulary, the slow sigh of boards settling, the occasional sharp pop from a nail, or a beam adjusting itself, the faint, almost conversational whisper of the wind sliding along the roof. I lay down on the pull-out mattress, the blanket, a familiar weight over my chest, my body already tense in anticipation of waking up again around that cursed hour. It was like waiting for a punch you knew was coming, but could not see. At some point, my thoughts bled into that floaty, disconnected state that happens right before sleep truly takes you. I remember staring at the lamp's small halo on the ceiling, then losing track of it, my mind wandering through mundane fragments, emails I needed to send, faces from the diner, the smudged handprint on the windowsill behind the chair. Then nothing. When my eyes opened again, it was not gradual. It was a hard switch. My vision snapped into focus on the same spot of ceiling I had been staring at earlier, only now it was darker. The lamplight still existed, but it felt thin, like it had to travel through more air. The glow was weak, pressed down by a weight I could not see. I didn't reach for my phone right away. I knew without checking what time it probably was. What struck me first was not the hour, but the absence. The house was not making any noise. No wind, not a breath of it. The trees might as well have been painted on the world outside. No heater, hum no distant mechanical sigh, no vibration under the floorboards, no creaks, no ticks, no subtle shifting, nothing. It was not normal quiet, not the way a room sounds when everyone is asleep and resting. It was a cut quiet, as if someone had taken a knife to the soundscape and sliced everything away. Even the faint, ever-present ringing in my ears from the day's stress seemed to dim. The thought came into my head with a clarity that felt cold. Something turned the volume down. I tried to inhale more deeply, just to hear the sound of my own breath, to prove that something still made noise. My chest expanded, but it felt slow, like the air was thicker than it should have been. The sound that came with it was thin, distant, like it belonged to someone else on the far side of a wall. I decided to sit up. My brain issued the command. My body did not respond. The realization did not come all at once. It crept in piece by piece, starting with the small things. My fingers did not twitch when I told them to. My toes did not curl inside my socks. My head felt heavy, pressed into the pillow, as if the fabric had solidified around my skull. My eyes, though they moved. I could look from the ceiling to the edge of the lamp's glow, to the shadowed line of the hallway entrance. I could blink. Everything else was stone. The strange part was how rational the first thought was. Sleep paralysis my mind supplied, like it was labeling a diagram in a textbook. I had read about it, seen threads about it online, people describing waking up before their bodies trapped in place while their muscles refused to obey them. Perfectly normal, the articles had said. Harmless, if unpleasant. Knowing the term did not help. If anything, it made it worse because I had no supernatural excuse to cling to. There was no mysterious force pinning me down. It was my own body, glitching in a way that science could explain, holding me hostage. I tried again to move a hand. Nothing. It felt like trying to lift a car with my pinky. The intent was there, fully formed and insistent, but it met immovable resistance, a wall where there should have been a door. A slow, cold sensation began to crawl up my spine. It was not the dramatic chill of terror, not the sudden drop you feel when you almost fall. It was a spreading numbness, like stepping into freezing water, inch by inch, your nerves registering each new level of cold with reluctant disbelief. My breathing stayed shallow. I focused on that, counting each inhale and exhale as if I were sitting in some guided meditation app instead of lying helpless in a stranger's house in the middle of nowhere. 1, 2, in, out. My chest moved barely, and the air slid in and out of my nose in thin, stingy streams. The quiet made everything inside me sound louder. The thud of my heart, the tiny click of saliva in my throat when I swallowed, the faint rasp of my tongue against the roof of my mouth. All of it too intimate, too exposed, like being forced to listen to the inner workings of a machine that really should keep some things to itself. I rolled my eyes as far as I could to the right toward the hallway. From this angle, with my head fixed and only my gaze shifting in its sockets, the entrance to the hall looked even more like a cut in the world. The lamplight did not reach into it. It was an upright band of black, perfectly still. If something had been standing just inside that darkness, half a step back from the line where light ended, I would not have been able to see it. That thought lodged in my brain and would not leave. I wanted to squeeze my eyes shut to block out that view, but even my eyelids felt slow and heavy, reluctant to cooperate. When I did manage to blink, it was a lazy movement, like my lashes were dragging through syrup. The blackness behind my eyes was worse. It was the same shape as the hallway's darkness, only closer, with nowhere else to look. So I kept them open. This is temporary, I told myself. It passes. It always passes. Just ride it out. Your brain woke up too early, that's all. The rest will catch up. The logical explanation sat side by side with a much older, more animal feeling boiling under it. The absolute conviction that I was lying in a vulnerable position, unable to move in a place I did not understand, and that if anything chose this moment to step into the room, there was not a single thing I could do about it. My body might have been unresponsive, but every nerve felt overexposed. I could feel the texture of the blanket against my legs, the slight coolness of the air on my cheeks. Where they were not covered, the weight of the house pressing down from above like a second ceiling. The hour had that stretched elastic quality again. I did not know if 30 seconds had passed or 5 minutes. All I knew was that the world had been turned down to zero everywhere but inside my skin, and I was very much awake, trapped in a body that refused to listen, staring at a dark hallway in a house where things moved when they should not. 4.3, the man, at the end of the hall. At first I tried to keep my eyes on the ceiling. It was the safest thing in the room, just a flat, familiar plane of off-white with that same thin crack running at a diagonal, a faint water stain in one corner. If I stared at that, I did not have to think about the hallway. I did not have to think about anything below that line. But my eyes did not feel entirely under my control anymore. They still belonged to me, I could move them. But there was a strange pulling sensation, like being on a slowly tilting floor. The more I tried to keep my gaze fixed on one point, the more it wanted to slide sideways. My vision drifted, first to the lamp. Its shade glowed a dull, tired yellow, the bulb inside much weaker than it had seemed before. The circle of light it cast was tight and reluctant, clinging mostly to the side table and a slice of rug. The rest of the room sat in gradients of gray and shadow. Beyond that circle, the opening to the hallway waited. The lamplight reached just far enough to mark the beginning. I could see the first few inches of floor, the edges of the door frames on either side, the outline of the doorway that led deeper into the house. Then right where the boards narrowed and the walls pulled and the light just stopped. The darkness there was not the same as the gentle dim of the rest of the room. It was thicker, a vertical bar of black that seemed to swallow the light that touched it. My eyes slid over it the way your tongue avoids a sore tooth drawn to it and terrified of pressing too hard. I told myself not to look directly down the length of the hall. I told myself to keep my gaze on the safer parts, the rug, the lamp, even the shadowed wall. My eyes did not listen. They kept edging back, drawn by some horrible gravity, until I was staring straight into the throat of the house. That was when I saw him. At first, it was only a slightly darker shape in the darkness, a disturbance in the black at the very end of the hallway where the bathroom and the guest rooms were. An absence within the absence, just a fraction deeper than what surrounded it. Then my vision adjusted and the shape took form. It was human. A figure stood there at the far end of the hall, planted in the center, like it had grown out of the floorboards. I could make out the rough, outlined shoulders, head arms hanging straight at its sides. The proportions were horribly familiar, tall but not towering. The build lean but not thin. About Scott's height, about Scott's shape. The face was just an oval of shadow, no features, no glint of eyes catching the faint light, nothing. It was like someone had cut a person-shaped hole out of the dark and then never bothered to color in the details. It was facing me. I knew that in the same way you know when someone is staring at you across a room, even if you cannot see their eyes. There was a line between us, straight and taut from wherever its gaze should have been to my frozen body on the couch bed. It did not move. Not a shift of weight, not a tilt of the head, not the faintest tremor. It was as still as a mannequin, as a person caught in the millisecond before or after something terrible happens. A special kind of horror bloomed in my chest, cold and slow, and so pure it almost felt clean. My mind started screaming wordless at first, then in looping fragments. Someone is in the house. Scott is downstairs, no upstairs asleep. I can't move. I can't move. I can't move. I tried to yell. In my head, I shouted his name. I shouted, "Hey!" I shouted anything that might force the world to react. My brain fired those commands at my throat with the same desperation you use to slam your foot on a brake pedal when a car cuts you off. My jaw did not move. My tongue stayed heavy and still glued to the floor of my mouth. No sound came out. The only proof I was even trying was the faint, pathetic strain at the back of my throat, like air pressing against a closed valve. Seconds stretched. It could have been 30. It could have been 300. My heartbeat did not seem to care about time, just about distance hammering against my ribs, as if trying to close the space between me and the thing at the end of the hall by sheer force. The figure never wavered. No breathing. At least none I could see. No subtle rise and fall of shoulders. No sway that might come from simply being alive. It might as well have been painted onto the darkness, except that part of me was sure, absolutely sure, that if I could move, if I could get closer, it would be three-dimensional, solid, cold. My vision tunneled. The edges of the room blurred until all that existed was that narrow strip of hallway and the person-shaped void inside it. Then finally it moved. Not toward me, not in some sudden lunge that might almost have been a relief. It moved in the most mundane, hideous way possible. The head turned. Slowly, with a smoothness that made my skin crawl, the oval of darkness that should have been its face pivoted away from me. The shoulders followed a fraction behind the whole figure, rotating to the side like it was simply looking in a different direction, bored with what it had been watching. It did not hesitate. It did not glance back. It just turned. Once it was in profile, I could see even more clearly how much it resembled Scott's build. The slope of the shoulders, the angle of the arms, the way it held itself. Everything in me wanted to believe it was him sleepwalking, caught in some strange unconscious loop. Except he would have made noise. Breathing, a foot shifting, fabric whispering. This thing made none. After the turn, it took a step, then another. Its movement was too smooth, too quiet, the way a shadow moves when something crosses in front of a light. No creak of floorboards, no subtle jolt through the house's frame. It walked not fast, not slow, into the furthest guest room. The one Scott had called too cold back there. The one where I had seen the chair, angled toward the door, the smear on the windowsill. The darkness swallowed it. One moment, its shoulder and the side of its head were visible against the slice of deeper black. The next, there was just hallway again. Empty. I lay there pinned, listening for any follow-up sound. A door, a step, a breath. Nothing came. The stillness pressed in even tighter, as if whatever had been on mute was now actively holding its breath. Then, like a switch being flipped back the other way, the house exhaled. The heater kicked on with a low roar, air rushing through the vents and into the rooms like water flooding back into a drained space. The pipes ticked awake. The wind outside found its voice again, sliding around the eaves, rattling the windows with a renewed, irritated energy. The snow that had been sitting on some lip of the roof somewhere chose that moment to slide, hitting the ground outside in a muffled whump. Inside my body, something let go. It started in my fingertips. A faint tingling, like pins and needles after a limb, has fallen asleep, spread along my hands. I focused everything I had on that sensation, on the memory of what moving them used to feel like. One finger twitched, then another. My lungs took a deeper breath, my chest rising more than it had in what felt like hours. My jaw loosened enough that my teeth were not locked together so hard. I made a noise, a small, shaky exhale that barely qualified as a sound, but it was mine. Control returned in increments: forearms, shoulders, neck. Finally, like someone had cut the ropes binding me, my torso unlocked, and I surged up onto my elbows, the motion clumsy and desperate. Sweat had soaked through the back of my shirt. My hair stuck damply to my forehead. The blanket was twisted around my legs, heavy and constricting. My heart felt too large, beating hard enough that I could see the fabric on my chest jump with each pulse. The hallway was empty. It looked exactly as it had before I fell asleep, a narrow corridor, the first few feet lit weakly by the lamp, the far end swallowed in natural, unremarkable darkness. No figure, no movement. The doorway sat open and blank. For a split second, doubt tried to wedge itself into the cracks of what I had seen. It was sleep paralysis, a hallucination, your brain painting fear onto shadows. None of it was real. The doubt barely had time to form before something else happened. Footsteps. From above, this time not the pounding sprint of the first night, not the dragging, not the measured pacing. These were softer, slower. I heard the creak of a mattress, the muted thud of a set of feet hitting the floor upstairs. Then the distinct, ordinary rhythm of someone walking across the bedroom, crossing to the door. A doorknob turned. The squeaky hinge I remembered from my tour complained in its familiar high whine. The door opened. The footsteps moved closer, following the path I had mapped out in my head, coming from the bedroom to the top of the stairs. A board on the landing groaned the way it had the first day when I'd walked up there myself. "You okay down there?" Scott's voice floated down thick with sleep rough at the edges. I looked up toward the stairwell, throat tight. From where I lay, I could not see him, only the dull rectangle of the ceiling above the stair opening. But his voice was real, anchored, unmistakable. The crushing certainty landed then heavy and cold. Whatever had been standing at the end of the hallway staring straight at me while I lay trapped in my own body had not been Scott. He had been asleep upstairs. 5.1. Looking for answers in other people's memories. The morning after felt like a hangover without any of the fun parts that usually precede one. My head throbbed in a slow, insistent way, like my brain had been pushing against the inside of my skull all night. My eyes felt dry and gritty, every blink scratching a little. My limbs were heavy, the kind of tired that goes past fatigue and lands somewhere closer to being slightly ill. The house was full of light again, snow glare pouring in through the windows, but it did not help. If anything, it made everything inside look worse. Washed out, overexposed, like we were living inside an old photograph that someone had bleached too many times. Scott was already at the kitchen table when I walked in, but he did not look any more rested than I felt. His hair was a mess, sticking up in the back like he had been twisting against the pillow. The shadows under his eyes had deepened into bruised hollows. His shoulders were slumped, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee, so tightly his knuckles had gone pale. He looked up once when I came in, then back down at the table, as if he had used up whatever energy looking at people required. "Morning," I said. My voice sounded thin in my own ears. "Hey," he muttered. There was toast on a plate between us, untouched. The butter knife lay abandoned on the wrapper, a smear of yellow hardening on its blade. The coffee smelled burnt too strong. I did not bother pretending this time. There was no small talk left that could sit on top of what I had seen. "I couldn't move," I said, sliding into the chair across from him. "Last night, I woke up and everything was off. No wind, no heater, nothing. I knew it was sleep paralysis. I've read about it. But then, he did not tell me to stop, did not interrupt. He just stared at a spot on the table, his jaw tightening. I saw someone I went on, at the end of the hallway. That got a small reaction. The muscle in his cheek twitched once hard. A man, I said. Same height as you, same build. Just standing there watching me, for a long time. He turned and went into that back guest room, the cold one. And then you came out of your bedroom upstairs and asked if I was okay. His fingers flexed around the mug, the ceramic making a tiny scraping sound on the wood. I know what I saw, I said. I know sleep paralysis can make you hallucinate, but this felt wrong. It felt like I woke up into something that was already happening. He finally looked up at me. His eyes were bloodshot and flat, but there was a sharpness under the surface, now a brittle edge, that had not been there before. Old houses make you see things, he said quietly. You don't sleep right. You start filling in the blanks. You've been living here for years, I said. Are you filling in blanks too? He flinched at that, like I had hit him. "I sleep fine," he said, just like he had the morning before. It sounded even less convincing now. "If you're hearing things," I pressed, "if you're seeing things, or if something is wrong with you, I need to know. Because I'm the one sleeping 12 feet from that hallway, man. I'm the one lying under your ceiling while something runs around." His expression changed in a way that made my stomach drop. It wasn't anger exactly. It was a kind of shutdown, shutters slamming closed behind his eyes. The open, uneasy vulnerability he had been carrying around his face the last couple of days pulled back, replaced by something flatter, harder. "I told you," he said, "it's just the house." "Then go stand at the end of the hallway with me," I said. The words came out before I could stop them. Right now. Middle of the day. We walk back there, stand in that guest room. We look around. If there's nothing, then I'll shut up. I'll write it off as my brain being an asshole. He went very still. The silence between us stretched thick as the snow outside. "Why not?" I pushed. "You live here, right? It's your house." His jaw clenched so hard I could see the muscles jumping. "Because I don't need to prove anything to you," he said, voice low. "This is my home. Then why did you ask me to come?" I shot back the frustration I'd been holding and cracking through. "Why invite me up here just to ignore me and pretend I'm crazy every time I talk about what's happening? You barely look at me half the time. You don't sleep. You flinch at every noise. What am I doing here, Scott?" The words hung there louder than I meant them to be. He looked at me like I had peeled something back. For a second, I thought he might throw me out, tell me to pack my stuff, and take my chances with the road. Instead, he leaned forward, a little eyes locked on mine, and hissed almost in a whisper, "You think it's easier alone?" The question hit me like cold water. There was a rawness in it, a scrape of something deep and exhausted. He shook his head immediately after, as if he regretted letting that much out. "I need some air," he said, pushing back from the table so abruptly the chair leg screeched against the floor. The sound made him flinch at his own movement. "I'll check the driveway." He grabbed his coat and stepped outside the front door, thumping shut behind him. The cold rushed in for a second before the latch closed, leaving the house humming after the interruption. I sat there in the kitchen, staring at his empty chair, heart thudding in that low, uneven way it does when your body is trying to decide if you're more angry or scared. I was not sure which side was winning. Eventually, I got up and wandered. It was either that or sit still and stew in questions I could not answer. The hallway pulled at me again. It was like the house had funnels built into it, channels that directed attention whether you wanted them to or not. The living room, the kitchen, even the stairs all seemed like temporary spaces around the real core of the place, the narrow corridor and the rooms it fed. The guest room with the chair waited the way it always did, door-open light from the single window, cutting a dull rectangle onto the floor. The chair sat in its corner, back snug against the meeting of the wall seat, facing the doorway, as if a careful hand had placed it there and warned everyone never to move it. This time, I stepped all the way in. The air was colder here. Not dramatically, just a few degrees, but enough that my skin noticed. I could see my breath a little more clearly. The sounds of the house felt more distant too, like I had stepped into a pocket of quieter air. I walked up to the chair and looked down at the floor. The scuff marks I had half noted before were clearer from this angle. Directly under where the chair's legs rested, the wood was worn in tight, overlapping arcs, faint crescents running forward and back, forward and back. It looked like the chair had been nudged, inched, rocked in place over and over, not moved around the room, just adjusted in a very small range, always ending up facing the same direction. I imagined someone sitting there, hours at a time, the only movement being the small, anxious shift of a chair leg on wood. As they leaned forward, leaned back, watching the doorway, watching the hall. A faint shiver ran up my arms. When I stepped behind the chair, the view changed. From this vantage point, the doorway framed the hallway, the far end distant and slightly off-center. I could see how, if you sat here, you would have a perfect line of sight to anyone moving in or out of the rooms, or to anything that might stand silently just beyond the reach of the light. "Too cold back there," he had said. I stepped away and left the room, forcing myself not to look back over my shoulder as I crossed the threshold. The house felt bigger, with Scott gone, but not emptier. If anything, his absence made the other presence, the one I was now half convinced had been in that hallway, feel more pronounced. I needed more than his half answers and deflections. I needed context. "I'm going into town," I told the air, as if the house cared. I scribbled a quick note on a scrap of paper by the phone, checking the road, grabbing supplies. Back later, and left it on the counter where he would see it. Then I pulled on my boots and coat and stepped out into the blinding, white, loud world. The drive down felt less terrifying than it should have, probably because my head was somewhere else. The plows had cut a narrow channel through the snow walls of white on either side. The tires crunched over packed ice, the car's engine growling in low complaint. The diner was a little busier this time. People clustered over coffee and late breakfast boots, stamping snow onto the mats by the door. The bell chimed when I walked in. Liz looked up from behind the counter, her expression shifting when she recognized me. "Thought you'd have skipped town by now," she said, bringing a pot of coffee over. "Road's not great?" I answered, sliding into the same booth as before. Figured I'd at least get caffeine before I die in a ditch. She snorted softly and poured. "How's it going up there? Too quiet, too loud, too wrong. Your coffee's better than his," I deflected. She waited. There was an opening here, and we both knew it. "Can I ask you something?" I said finally. "Depends what it is," she replied. "Scott's grandparents," I said. "The Harpers. You knew them." Her face shifted, a set of faint lines around her mouth deepening. "Small town," she said. "Everybody knows everybody, or thinks they do. They were around a long time." "What were they like?" I asked. "Before, you know." She leaned against the edge of the booth, dishcloth twisted in her hands. "Nice enough," she said. "Kept to themselves more as they got older." She was steadier. He started, complaining more. About what I pushed. "House noises," she said. Said he heard company at night. Voices, footsteps. Kept people up. When she was still alive, she'd tell him it was the furnace, the wind. Us in town, we said the same thing. Old places talk. You ignore it, or you go crazy listening. And after she died, I asked. Liz's eyes went briefly to the window, where the snowbanks glared back. "He got worse," she said. Health went, but his head went faster. Hearing things, talking to himself. Folks helped where they could. Groceries, checking in. But he didn't want to leave that house. Said he couldn't. She did not say haunted. None of them ever did. Instead, there were those same phrases circling the idea without landing on it. "Some houses are too quiet," she added. "You stay in them alone. Long enough, they start sounding full of things that aren't there. Or maybe they are. Either way, I wouldn't stay up there by myself." I sat with that for a moment, the coffee cooling in my hands. At the gas station, the older clerk looked up as the bell chimed. Still staying at the Harper place, she asked as if I had come in with snow on my shoulders, made of the house itself. Yeah, I said. Road looks better. Probably out after tonight. She nodded slowly. That might be for the best. I hesitated, then went for it. Did his grandfather ever invite people up, I asked, like friends, family? When he was hearing things, she studied me in a way that made me feel briefly like I was the one under glass. He didn't like being alone toward the end, she said. Had his son up sometimes. A nephew. A neighbor kid once or twice, if what I heard is true. The way she said it made something cold settle between my ribs. He's not the first one in that family to bring somebody up there when things got bad. She added, voice dropping just enough that I had to lean in to catch it. What does that mean? I asked. Her gaze slid away back to the book beside the register. Roads are better today, she said instead. You got a window. I'd use it. Whatever else she knew, she was not going to share it with a stranger from the city in the middle of a weekday. I walked back out into the snow, the bell chiming behind me, and realized that the questions I had about the house were starting to come with a new, uglier question attached. When Scott had texted me out of nowhere, had it really been about nostalgia? Or about not wanting to be alone with whatever was happening up there anymore? 5.2. The basement and the box. On the drive back from town, the clerk's words sat in my head like a bad song hook. He's not the first one in that family to bring somebody up there when things got bad. The road had been mostly cleared. The car rode more smoothly. The sky had even softened to a softer, washed-out gray. None of it mattered. The closer I got to the house, the more it felt like I was steering toward the center of something instead of away from it. Scott's truck was in the driveway when I pulled in. The curtains in the living room were partly closed. No sign of him in the window. The house looked patient, like it had never expected me not to come back. Inside, the air felt slightly warmer than before, but only just. The heater hummed grudgingly through the vents. I called out his name once, got no answer. Maybe he was upstairs. Maybe he was pretending not to hear me. I could not decide which option was worse. I walked through the kitchen, past the sink, past the door that led outside. My eyes did a slow sweep of the walls without really meaning to, looking for something my brain had apparently decided it was time to find. That was when I realized I had never asked about the basement. Old houses like this always have one. You can feel it even if you never see it. The slight give under the floorboards, the way cold seems to rise from somewhere deeper than the crawl space. I had been so fixated on the hallway and the second floor that I had ignored the possibility that there was more beneath my feet. The door was exactly where it should have been, tucked in near the back of the kitchen, narrow and plain, painted the same color as the wall, so it blended in a little too well. A simple black knob, a lock that looked older than both of us. I stood in front of it for a long moment, hand hovering. If there was anything concrete in this house, anything that wasn't just sound and shadow and my nerves, it was going to be behind this door. That thought was almost as frightening as not knowing. My fingers closed around the knob. It was colder than it had any right to be. The latch resisted at first. The door stuck in its frame like it had grown comfortable there. I had to put my shoulder into it, wood rubbing against wood, with a long, irritated scrape. Then finally it gave. A draft spilled out, hitting me in the face and chest like someone had opened a freezer. It was not the same cold as the upstairs rooms. This was deeper, sharper, carrying a smell that was more earth than air dirt, old concrete, the faint tang of mildew and rust. The staircase was a steep, narrow cut into the dark. Wooden steps descended into a space that swallowed the overhead light almost immediately. The single bare bulb at the top of the stairs did its best, throwing a weak cone downward that reached halfway and then gave up. Great, I thought. Horror movie stairway. Perfect. I flicked the switch anyway. The bulb buzzed, flickered once, then steadied into a sickly yellow. The shadows did not retreat so much as shift position, one step, then another. The boards complained under my weight. About halfway down one stair, let out a loud high creak that sounded almost like a yelp. It echoed strangely in the confined space, bouncing off the walls and the hollow beneath. The smell got stronger as I went damp stone dust that had been left undisturbed for years, except in a few places, the metallic hint of tools left to slowly oxidize. I could hear the wind from outside, but only as a muffled, filtered roar, like the world above had been wrapped in insulation. Somewhere in the darkness, there was a steady, soft drip water, probably falling from a pipe or a hairline crack in the foundation. At the bottom, the floor was rough concrete cold, even through my socks. The ceiling was low enough that I felt the need to duck, even though I probably did not have to. The light from the top of the stairs barely reached this far, leaving the corners thick with shadow. My eyes adjusted. There was the usual basement clutter, an old workbench with rusting tools hung on a pegboard, their outlines darker than the metal itself. Cardboard boxes sagging at the corners, shelves lined with jars of canned goods that had probably outlived whoever put them there, a garden hose coiled in a lazy, dusty snake, a broken chair. But one part of the room did not match the rest. In the far corner opposite the stairs, the concrete floor had fewer cobwebs. The dust patterns were different. There were footprints, not clear, but enough to show someone had come down here more than once recently. A small stack of boxes sat there, less collapsed than the others, the cardboard edges sharper. I walked toward it, my footsteps echoing just enough to remind me how alone I was down here. The dripping sound kept time with me, irregular but constant. The top box was filled with the kind of detritus you expect from older relatives, old receipts, yellowed envelopes, a couple of brittle Christmas cards. Under that, a layer of newspapers folded around things I did not have the patience to unwrap. The second box was different. Inside, stacked neatly and held together with dry, cracking rubber bands, were notebooks. Some were spiral-bound, their covers warped from humidity. Others were small, hardback journals, the kind you buy on sale and then forget to use. All of them looked handled, worn. The edges of the pages were smudged gray, with the oil from fingers turning them over and over. I picked one up. The cover was soft from years of use. When I opened it, the smell of old paper puffed out, bringing with it the faintest whiff of something like pipe tobacco. The handwriting inside was careful at first. Dates written at the top of each page, short entries beneath. Most of it was boring in the way real life is boring. Weather notes, mentions of errands, an offhand remark about little Scotty helped shovel today that made my chest ache weirdly. Further in, there were notes about the house itself. Fixed leak under kitchen sink. Boiler making a new noise. Called repair guy. Wind rattled the east window again. Need to check the frame. I grabbed another notebook from the stack. This one was newer, the ink darker. The dates were from a few years back, not ancient history. The handwriting, though, had changed. The letters were a little shakier, more compressed, as if the hand holding the pen had lost some of its steadiness. The entries shifted tone too. Footsteps again at 2:10. Thought it was her getting up. She says she never left the bed. My scalp prickled. I flipped a page. Company in the hall. That's what it sounds like. Like someone standing at the end, not sure which way to go. The words were underlined twice the pen, having pressed hard enough to leave an indentation on the next page. Another entry. A few days later, she says she doesn't hear it. Maybe she can't. Maybe it doesn't want her to. Or maybe it's only there when I look at it. I had to remind myself to breathe properly. The basement air felt thin all of a sudden. On another page, the writing sloped downward, as if the line had gotten away from him. If I keep a light on, it stays at the end of the hallway. First night, I turned everything off, felt it closer. Felt it breathing. Light keeps it where it belongs. The last sentence had been written so hard the paper was almost torn. My mind did a quick, ugly inventory. Footsteps just after 2 in the morning. Company in the hall. Someone or something standing at the end, hesitant or waiting. A light is a boundary line. It was my experience, carved into paper by a man I had never met in a hand that had clearly started to shake toward the end. I flipped further. The entries got shorter, more frantic. 2:12 again. It knows I'm watching. She says I'm scaring her. I'm scaring her. I told her it's not me. If I sit in the chair, it doesn't come closer. It waits. It wants me to turn the light off. The last few pages were a mess. Lines started and stopped. Sentences broke off midway. He's coming this weekend. Maybe it will. Nothing after that, but a scribble like the pen had skidded and never been put back properly. I closed the notebook, my hands shaking just enough that the cover thumped softly against the others. The drip in the corner kept going indifferent. Somewhere above me, the house groaned as the heater shifted cycles. For a long moment, I just stood there in the half-light of the basement, feeling the weight of the concrete above my head, the exactness of the time in those entries echoing the numbers on my own phone screen from the last 2 nights. 2:10, 2:03, 2:04. We were all keeping the same appointment. 5.3. Why did you invite me, Scott? I didn't go looking for him right away. After I came up from the basement, I just stood in the kitchen with the journal in my hand, the door to the stairs hanging half open behind me. The air felt different now, crowded with the knowledge of what was written on those pages. The house had gone from strange to something with a documented pattern, and somehow that was worse. Footsteps at 2:10. Company in the hall. Light as a line it would not cross. I had not imagined this. I had walked into someone else's nightmare already in progress. I found Scott in the living room, sitting on the couch with his elbows on his knees, staring at the dead fireplace. The air in there was colder, like he had let the fire die and not bothered to feed it. Snow glare leaked weakly around the edges of the curtains, but most of the room was lit by a single lamp, the same one I kept turning on and off. He did not turn when I walked in. His shoulders were hunched like someone bracing for a storm that hadn't started yet. "Hey," I said. His head moved a fraction. That was all. I walked around the coffee table and sat opposite him in the chair, the journal resting on my knees. Up close, he looked worse than he had that morning. There was a stiffness in the way he held himself, as if he were afraid that if he relaxed even a little, something would slip. "We need to talk," I said. He let out a short, humorless breath. That's usually what people say before they tell you they're leaving. Plows came through, I said. I could leave. Road's not great, but I could try. The words hung there a second heavier than I meant them to be. But I came back, I added, which has to count for something. He didn't answer. His gaze was fixed somewhere past my shoulder, in the direction of the hallway, like always. I put the journal on the coffee table between us and slid it toward him with 2 fingers. He didn't look down at first. He just stared straight ahead, shoulders going even tighter, as if he knew what was there without seeing it. You knew, I said quietly. You knew about all of this. That finally got his eyes to drop. He stared at the notebook like it was something alive. His fingers twitched once, then curled into fists against his knees. What did you do? He asked, voice flat. Go through their things in the basement, like a raccoon. Yeah, I said. I went through their things. Because I'm the one waking up at 2 a.m, feeling like a corpse, while something stands at the end of your hallway. And your grandfather wrote about the same thing, the same time, the same hallway. His jaw clenched. You had no right, he said. The words came out sharper, angrier. Those aren't your memories. That's not your life to pick through. Then explain it. I snapped my own temper, finally catching up. Explain why he wrote footsteps at 2:10 and company in the hall, and if I keep a light on it, stays at the end of the hallway. Explain why I'm living the same script he was. The room went very still. He stared at the journal for a long moment. Then with a small jerky movement, he grabbed it and flipped it open to a random page like he needed to check if it said what I claimed it did. His eyes scanned the lines, the muscles in his cheeks working. For a second, his anger looked like it might boil over, spill into yelling. Instead, it cracked. His shoulders slumped. His hand went loose on the cover, the notebook bending under his grip. I told you, he said, voice suddenly rough. The house makes noise. No, I said, leaning forward. The house makes patterns. At the same times, in the same places, to the same people. That's not just noise. He pressed the heel of his hand hard against his eyebrow, like he was trying to push a headache back into his skull. How long, I asked. How long has it been? Like this? He let out a slow breath, the kind that sounded like it hurt. A while, he said. Months. Maybe longer. Hard to tell where it started. At first, it was little things. Creaks that didn't match the wind. Waking up a lot around 2 or 3 for no reason. Feeling like someone was standing in the hallway when I went to the bathroom at night, even if I never looked directly. And then I asked. He swallowed. And then it stopped feeling like maybe and started feeling like it is, he said. I'd hear the footsteps, running sometimes, pacing, always when everything else went quiet. Heater off, wind dead, like the world was making space for it. He said it the way someone admits to something shameful, like confessing to a relapse. Why didn't you move? I asked. Sell the place, stay with someone else, rent a studio in town. Anything. I tried, he said quickly, almost defensive. I stayed with my cousin for a couple weeks down by the highway. Tried sleeping on a pullout there. Stayed with a guy from work in town for a bit. Every time I got sick. Sick, how I said. Anxious, he said. Worse than I already was. Heart racing, sweating, couldn't keep food down. It felt like being homesick, but wrong. Like there was a rope tied around my chest, and it was pulling me back here. When I finally came up the road again and walked through the door, it stopped. I could breathe. He laughed once short and bitter. You have any idea what it feels like realizing the only place you don't feel like you're having a panic attack is the one place you should be terrified of? I didn't answer. I didn't have anything useful to say to that. It's like the house gets in your head, he said quietly. Or something in it. You think about leaving and it leans on you. Not enough to make you pass out in the driveway, but enough to make everything else feel wrong. And at night I asked, down here, with the hallway, with the chair. His eyes flicked up sharply, then away. Sometimes I fall asleep on the couch, he said. Sometimes I mean to. Sometimes I just pass out here with the TV on low, pretending that makes a difference. He hesitated, and I knew whatever was coming next was the part he really did not want to say out loud. And sometimes, he continued, voice barely above a whisper. Now I wake up sitting in the chair. The sentences hid in pieces. In the guest room, he said. The one you keep staring into. The cold one. I'll open my eyes, and I'm in that chair, facing the hallway. The lamp out here is on, or the bathroom light is, or something. And I'm just sitting there like I've been watching, waiting. Do you remember walking there, I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He shook his head. No. That's the whole point. Last thing I remember is lying down on the couch, thinking about maybe getting up to turn the lamp off later. Next thing I know, I'm in that chair. My neck hurts like I've been hunched for hours. My legs are numb. Floor is freezing. And I'm looking at the hall like I'm waiting for somebody to come down it. A chill rippled across my arms. Why didn't you tell me that when I got here, I said. Why not warn me? He let out a humorless laugh. Hey man, come up to the mountains for a quiet weekend. We'll drink some beer. Talk about the good old days. And also maybe you'll wake up in a chair you don't remember walking to, while something counts your heartbeats from the dark. That sound like a great invite to you. So why did you invite me at all? I asked. The question was out before I could tidy it. He stared at the journal for a long moment, then set it down, carefully flattening his hand on the cover, like he was closing something that might crawl back out. Because I was tired, he said, of being the only one who heard it, who saw parts of it. You start to wonder if it's all in your head, even when you know it isn't. I thought, if someone else came and experienced something, even a little, it would mean I wasn't losing my mind completely. And if I didn't, I asked, if nothing had happened to me. He shrugged one shoulder. It was a small, defeated gesture. Then it would still just be me, he said. At least I'd know. There was something underneath that explanation, though, and we both knew it. A faint, ugly suggestion that hadn't fully taken shape yet. And does it? I swallowed, choosing the words carefully. Does it feel different when there's more than one person here? He hesitated, just a fraction too long. The house is louder, he said finally. That's all. That's not all, I said. He scrubbed his hands over his face, fingers pressing into his eyes. When he dropped them, he looked older than he had any right to at his age. It really started getting bad after the last time someone stayed here for a few days, he said quietly. The words dropped into the room like a stone into a well. I felt my stomach tighten. Who, I asked. He stared at the floor. His jaw trembled once, then locked. It's not my story to tell anymore, he said. Scott, I pressed. Who stayed here? He shook his head, eyes fixed on a knot in the wood, like he could stare through it. I'm not doing that, he muttered. Not to them. Not again. The again hung in the air between us, heavy. and unspoken. In that moment, with the journal on the table, the hallway behind me, and the knowledge that someone else had been invited into this before me, a thought formed that I did not want. Maybe this house did not just wait for people to stumble into its patterns. Maybe when it dug deep enough into someone living here, it started reaching through them. 6.1. Trapped by the weather and something else. By the fourth day, every rational part of me agreed on one thing I needed to get out. It stopped being a weird weekend away, somewhere around the moment I saw a man-shaped absence at the end of the hall, while my body refused to move. The journals in the basement just underlined it in heavy shaking ink. This wasn't some unique one-off nightmare, tailored just for me. It was a script the house had run before, and I was just the newest actor reading my lines. The plows had come through once already. The clerk in town had said I had a window. I decided I was going to push on it until it broke. After breakfast, if you could call coffee and a few bites of toast breakfast, I sat at the table with my phone refreshing road reports like a gambler checking numbers. The state website loaded slowly the old house's spotty reception, giving me updates in stuttering chunks. Still partially blocked in sections, I read aloud. Chains recommended. Another band of snow expected tonight. The words, "not advised," were in there too, in polite Weather Service language. The sentence might as well have been, "If you're dumb enough to try this, that's on you." My brain split itself in two. On one side, the rational voice. You're tired. You're rattled. People die every winter on these roads because they think wanting to leave is the same thing as being able to. Wait a day. The plows will clear more. You'll be safer. On the other side, the animal part, the one that had frozen in pure bright terror while something watched me from the dark. Another night here is worse than a ditch. Pack your bag. Take the risk. Go. The house did not offer an opinion out loud, but it seemed to have one anyway. Every creak felt editorial. Above us, a single board let out a slow, extended groan, like something heavy rolling onto it and settling. The heater hummed through the floor, with a low, steady note that sounded too much like breathing, long inhales of warm air, slow exhales through the vents. The pipes ticked irregularly, like knuckles knocking. Scott hovered between the kitchen and living room, a restless circuit. His mood swung in a way that was starting to feel familiar. One moment, apologetic; the next, locked away, behind that flat expression again. "I get it, if you want to go," he said, at one point, leaning in the kitchen doorway, arms folded. "You didn't sign up for this." "That implies you did," I said. He gave a half smile at that, a flash of something almost like his old self. Then it flickered out. "You don't owe me anything," he added. "You came. That's already more than most people would do." Some part of me wanted to stay because of that. Because under all the weirdness, under the anger and fear, and the hallway, and the basement, there was still the kid I used to skip classes with, the friend who had messaged me out of nowhere with a simple, sad little bean too long. Another part wanted to grab him by the shoulders, shake him and scream, "You need to want to leave too. You can't just root yourself here and drag people in as ballast." He caught me watching him a few times that day, standing at the start of the hallway again. He would stop just shy of where the light faded toes, on the line between living room and corridor, staring into the darker stretch, not walking down it, not stepping back, just staring. Once his lips moved a little. I could not hear any words. His hands hung at his sides, fingers curled slightly, like he did not trust himself to reach for the wall or the light switch or anything else. When he noticed me, he snapped his head in my direction and immediately busied himself, with something meaningless, checking the fire, straightening the already straight magazines on the table, scrolling pointlessly through his phone. Every little sound set my teeth on edge. The heater's low hum felt less like a machine and more like something under the floor, pacing just out of sight. The subtle vibrations of the ducts made me imagine something crawling inside them, even normal things. The fridge kicking on the tick of the oven cooling felt like part of a language I was only now starting to learn, and none of the sentences meant anything good. In the early afternoon, the light outside dimmed faster than it should have. Another band of cloud moved in thicker, heavier, turning the snowfields from blinding white to leaden gray. The house responded with its usual orchestra, a pop in the wall here, a sigh in the rafters there. We were in the living room when it happened. Scott sat at one end of the couch, hunched forward, elbows on his knees, staring at some nothing point on the carpet. I was in the armchair, positioned so I could see the TV, the window, and unfortunately, the mouth of the hallway. The TV was on but muted. Some daytime show played out. In silence, people laughing unheard, their fake living room bright and cozy. I heard the noise before I realized what it was. A faint, irregular knock, soft but distinct. 3 taps, knock, knock, knock. It came from down the hall. Not from the wall behind us. Not from the pipes. It had a spatial quality I could feel in my bones, the sound of knuckles or something mimicking them on wood or drywall, farther back in the house where the air always felt colder. I went rigid. My head turned toward the hall before I could decide not to look. Did you? I started. Don't, Scott said sharply. His face had drained of color. His eyes were locked on the doorway to the hall pupils, larger than they should have been in the daylight. The knocks came again. Knock, knock, knock. Same rhythm, same spot. The sound was clearer now, closer to the room where the chair waited. Don't go back there right now, Scott whispered. He did not take his eyes off the dark. His voice had that tight, brittle edge to it, like someone talking through clenched teeth. You hear it too? I said softly. Yes, he said. The knock stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. It felt loaded, like someone on the other side of a door had leaned their head against it, listening for a response, waiting. Every instinct I had told me to get up, to go see what, if anything, was physically making that sound. A pipe, a loose shutter, a trick. Anything that would give me something to touch, something to point at later and say, see. That's all it was. But the part of me that remembered the journals, the underlined company in the hall, the note about the chair, and the light knew there might not be anything to point at. Or worse, there might be something I did not actually want to see. I should pack my bag, the rational voice in my head said. I should put everything in the trunk now. That way, when the plow goes past again, I can just go. No goodbyes, no delays. Another voice, quieter but denser, whispered, you won't. Because I hadn't yet. Because every time I looked at the door, at the road beyond, it's something in my chest, tightened like a hand closing around a rope. The idea of leaving filled me with tension, not relief. Not just because of the ice and the switchbacks, but because the house had woven itself into my nerves over the last few days, thread by thread. I felt entangled, the way a fish probably does when it first realizes the water it has been swimming in has lines running through it. Scott finally looked away from the hallway. His eyes went to me, and for a moment we were just 2 people in a room pinned in place by the same unseen pressure. You'll get out tomorrow, he said softly, like he was trying to convince himself. They said the weather's clearing. Yeah, I said. I did not add, if the mountain lets me, if the house lets me, if I still want to by then. It was a ridiculous thought. Of course I wanted to leave. Of course I would take the first safe chance. And yet sitting there, with the knock still echoing in my bones, and the heater breathing its slow, mechanical breath under the floor, I could not shake the feeling that something in the house had already decided I was staying longer than I planned. 6.2. At the door of the room. By the time the fourth night settled over the house, the decision had already made itself. If I could not get off the mountain yet, if I was going to spend one more night breathing this air and listening to these walls, then I was done pretending that not looking would keep anything away. The thing at the end of the hall had been a shape in my peripheral vision long enough. I needed to see the room it walked into with all the lights I could muster. It was that, or wait for it to come closer on its own terms. After whatever passed for dinner, microwaved leftovers, eaten in mostly silence, I went into the kitchen and opened the drawer near the sink. Every house has one, the junk drawer with scissors, batteries, rubber bands, and things that look important but have lost their purpose. I rummaged until my fingers closed around the handle of a small kitchen knife more suited for chopping vegetables than fighting whatever lived in someone's grandfather's journals. But my brain relaxed a fraction at the weight of it. I tucked it into the pocket of my hoodie. Psychological comfort. That was all. From my bag, I dug out the flashlight. I always told myself I kept just in case, but rarely used. It was solid metal, with a good heft. When I clicked it on a harsh white beam, cut across the living room, illuminating dust motes and the tired texture of the walls. The battery icon flickered green. Small mercies. Scott watched me from the couch, eyes tracking the light. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I'm tired of seeing things from the angle of that couch," I said. "If I have to stay here another night, I'm going to at least know what I'm staying next to." His gaze flicked instinctively toward the hallway, then back to me. "You don't have to," he started. "Yeah," I said. "I do." He closed his mouth. For once, he did not follow me. The house was quieter than it had been on the previous nights. The storm had moved on, leaving the air outside brutally clear and cold. No big gusts, no howling. Just a steady low whisper of wind moving along the siding and the occasional brittle crack of frost expanding somewhere in the dark. The heater hummed in cycles, a familiar low mechanical breath under everything. But even that seemed subdued, as if the whole structure was listening. I stood at the edge of the living room for a second just before the boards narrowed into the hallway. The lamplight behind me cast a weak pool at my back. Beyond this point, the only real light would be the flashlight in my hand. My foot crossed the line. The first board under the hall let out a small complaint, not loud, but sharp enough that it felt like a word in a language I did not want to learn. The beam of the flashlight slid along the floor, picking out the worn grain of the wood, the places where countless feet had passed. The walls closed in a little, the air cooling with each step. Every noise I made felt amplified. The soft rubber of my shoes against the boards, the fabric of my hoodie brushing my shoulders, the faint jingle of keys in my pocket. Each sound seemed to announce me traveling ahead like a herald. "I'm coming," they said. "I'm coming. I'm coming." The first guest room, the one with the chair, gaped to my right, its door open, the edge of the seat just visible in the corner of my eye. I forced myself not to look directly in. Not yet. That wasn't tonight's target. I kept the flashlight aimed straight down the hall toward the far end, where the darkness always felt thickest. The bathroom door passed on my left. The smell of cold porcelain and faint cleaner drifted out, familiar and weirdly mundane against the backdrop of everything else. Beyond that, finally, was the doorway I had been avoiding since I arrived the last guest room. The one the shape had turned into. The one the house seemed to breathe around. The door was open, of course. It always was. I stopped just outside the threshold. From here, the room was nothing but a vague shape in the cone of my light, a rectangle of floor. A darker block, where the wall was the dull gleam of glass where the window sat. It looked empty, in the way a mouth looks empty when closed. You know there's more inside, you just cannot see it. I hesitated. That old animal instinct, the one that had wanted me to pretend I had hallucinated everything to pack my bag and leave questions behind with the snow clawed at me. Stepping into the room felt like crossing a line I would not be able to uncross. Once I saw it in full light, once I walked onto that floor, whatever lived in this pattern would know I had come to meet it halfway. Somewhere behind me, back in the living room, the heater clicked off. The hum ceased. The house slipped for one brief breath into that almost silence I recognized far too well. Of course, I muttered voice barely more than an exhale. In the flashlight's edge, something seemed to shift. Not a full movement, more like the suggestion of one a ripple in shadow at the periphery of my vision, low to the ground near the corner where the window met the wall. I swung the beam in that direction, fast heart jumping. Nothing there, just bare boards, bare wall. My own breathing, sounding louder than it should. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, felt the cool metal against my palm, and angled the beam more carefully into the room, sweeping it from left to right. Bare walls, stained slightly with age. The outline where a bed's headboard once might have been cleaner paint in a rough rectangle surrounded by darker, dingier patches. The window, its glass slightly wavy, with age looked out onto the same infinite white I'd seen from the other rooms, now gray-blue under the night. No furniture, no boxes, no chair, empty. But the floor told a different story. Near the window, just before the boards met the wall, there were two depressions in the wood. Not surface scuffs or random scratches like in the other guest room. These were clear, deepened spots in the planks, side by side, the size and spacing you would expect if someone had stood there for years in the exact same place. The wood sagged fractionally in those spots, the grain worn smooth compared to the surrounding floor. The stain was lighter there, as if the pressure and heat of weight had slowly pushed the color out, leaving pale ovals. They were exactly where a person's feet would be if they stood facing the window, or if they stood with their back to it. In the beam, I could not help but imagine the silhouette I had seen in the hallway planted right there, unmoving for hours at a time, watching the glass, or watching the room. My mouth went dry. I stepped over the threshold. The change in temperature was immediate, like stepping through an invisible curtain. The air in the hall had been cool. In here, it was cold. Not the casual chill of a room with poor insulation, but a deeper penetrative cold that went straight through my clothes and settled in my bones. My breath fogged in the light of the beam, a small cloud that formed and vanished with each exhale. I watched it fascinated and horrified, as if seeing proof that I was still alive needed confirmation now. The flashlight's cone cut across the wall by the window. The paint there looked rougher, like someone had scrubbed it in a hurry with something too harsh. As I angled the light higher, I saw why. Clustered at about forehead height, just to the side of the window frame, were marks. Dozens of them. Faint, but distinct. 3, 4, sometimes 5 thin lines grouped together, dragging downward in short strokes. They were too narrow to be from a tool, too uneven to be deliberate decoration. They looked like fingernail scratches. Not deep enough to gouge the plaster, but enough to disrupt the paint. Some ran only an inch or two, others longer, like someone's hand had lost strength halfway down. They overlapped in places, creating a pale, spider-legged patch of damage. I stepped closer, without meaning to the boards under my feet, giving small noises in protest. My breath billowed in front of my face, obscuring the marks for a second, then clearing. The air smelled different in here, less like dust and wood, more like old stale breath. The heater came back on somewhere in the house, a low rumble seeping up through the structure. The sound felt distant in this room, like it had to travel further to get here. I became acutely aware, standing there by the window, that I was now in the exact spot the figure had disappeared into. The depressions in the floor were inches from my shoes. The scratches were at the height my forehead would be if I pressed it against the wall. Fingers splayed. Every instinct I had screamed that I was doing exactly what it wanted. But my feet did not move. I was in. And the room, for the first time since I arrived, was looking back at me. 6.3. The voice. In the hall and the rope in the closet. I do not know how long I stood in that room by the window, watching my breath appear and vanish in front of the scratches. Time felt thinner in there, stretched and brittle. The cold made my fingers ache around the flashlight. My ears rang faintly, part from the silence, part from the pressure of the house sitting over this space like a lid. I forced myself to turn away from the wall, to sweep the beam across the rest of the room, again slower this time. Bare boards. Baseboards chipped in places. The 2 depressions in the floor near the window, like footprints pressed too long into something softer than wood should be. The sense of being in someone else's spot crawled under my skin. That was when I heard my name, Jeremy. It floated down the hall, muffled, but clear, the syllables sliding into the room like they had been waiting at the doorway. Jeremy, where are you? It was Scott's voice. Same pitch, same general rhythm. But there was something off about it, too flat. As if someone had traced the sound of his voice and forgotten to include the little imperfections. No breathiness, no hesitation. Just my name dropped into the air like a stone. Relief and unease crashed into each other in my chest. I'm back here, I called, throat dry. My voice sounded small in the cold room. I stepped toward the doorway, the flashlight beam bouncing a little as my hand shook. The air warmed a fraction as I crossed into the hallway again, like stepping out of a freezer. From there, I could see straight down the corridor toward the living room. The lamplight spilled onto the first few boards, carving a bright rectangle that faded under my feet. Beyond that, the room opened up a wedge of couch, the edge of the coffee table, the dull glow of the lamp. No Scott. Scott, I called again. No answer. The house hummed with its usual sounds, now the heater murmuring somewhere under the floor, the faint whisper of wind outside a distant tick in the walls. Nothing that sounded like footsteps retreating or a door closing. Jeremy, where are you? The memory of the voice replayed in my head, exact and unpleasant. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Scott did not call my name that way. There was no frustration in it, no concern, no warmth, just the syllables laid out evenly, like someone reciting a word they had learned phonetically. "Hey," I said louder now, stepping a little farther into the hall so I could see more of the living room. Empty. The cushions sat undisturbed. No shadow in the lamp's cone. No movement. A prickle started at the base of my neck and crept upward. I waited another beat, listening for the sound of someone moving upstairs, for the creak of the staircase. Nothing. The house felt like it had just asked me a question, and then turned its face away, waiting to see what I would do with it. I backed up slowly, the boards under my feet, giving small, reluctant noises. Leaving the far room now felt worse somehow, like breaking off a conversation before you had heard the most important part. The flashlight beam wobbled a little with my breathing. Back inside the room, the temperature dropped again, like the air had been holding its breath, and now let it all out in a cold sigh. My teeth clicked once as my jaw tensed. I forced my focus away from the door and turned the light toward the corner. I had not really checked yet the wall opposite the window, where a small door sat flush with the plaster. A closet. Of course there was a closet. The door was plain with a little round knob, low enough that someone shorter might have installed it. The wood around it was slightly discolored, as if hands had touched it more often than other parts of the room. For a moment, I just stared at it, listening to the quiet tick of my own heartbeat in my ears. "Get it over with," I muttered. The knob was cold under my fingers, the metal smooth from years of use. It turned easily, the latch releasing with a soft click. The door swung inward on squeaky hinges, the sound too loud in the small space. I angled the flashlight into the opening. The closet was shallow, barely deep enough for a person to stand inside. A single wooden rod ran across the top, empty. No hangers, no clothes, nothing to soften the image. The walls were scuffed, the paint more warped, here curls of it, peeling in thin strips from the corners. On the floor, in a messy coil, lay an old rope. It was not neat, not wrapped with any care. It looked like someone had dropped it there in a hurry and never come back for it. The fibers were thick, the strands twisted together in a pattern that made my fingers itch just looking at it. One end was frayed, the individual threads exploding outward like hair burned at the tip. The rest of it was stiff in places, the surface darkened in irregular patches. It looked like it had been wet once, properly soaked, then left to dry in air that did not want to help. My throat tightened. I followed the line of the rope with the flashlight up and around the heap, then higher up the wall and to the ceiling above. There, in the middle of the closet's small ceiling, was a faint circular discoloration, not a full stain, nothing dramatic, but a pale ring, slightly darker at the center and lighter toward the edges, the way something heavy, hanging from the same spot for a long time, might leave a mark. I did not need to be a genius to fill in that blank. The rope was a length that could reach from that spot to where a person's neck would be if they stood in the depressions on the floor by the window. The scratches at forehead height, the chair in the other room facing the hall, the grandfather's journals trailing off mid-sentence. My hand jerked. The flashlight beam trembled across the wall. Without meaning to, I had reached down and picked up part of the rope. The texture of it against my palm was terrible, rough and stiff, like handling dried muscle. It held its curved shape, resisting, straightening, as if it remembered how it had last been used and saw no reason to change. "Jesus," I whispered, and dropped it. It hit the floor with a dull, unwanted thump, the coil shifting a little, then settling back into an approximation of its previous shape. A wave of revulsion rolled through me hot enough to briefly push the cold back. I stepped out of the closet, heart pounding, and slammed the door shut harder than I meant to. The noise echoed in the small room, bounced off the bare walls, and slid out into the hallway. I stood there breathing hard, the flashlight's beam shaking with my pulse. Somewhere overhead, faintly, I heard a floorboard creak, the soft, gentle kind that comes from an actual footstep. "Scott," I called. No answer. Not right away. I left the room, the temperature lifting as if I had stepped out of a refrigerator again. The hallway felt too bright now in the harsh beam, every scuff and crack in the boards thrown into sharp relief. I checked the living room. Empty. The kitchen. Empty. The light over the sink glared down on an undisturbed counter, the note I'd written earlier still sitting where I'd left it. The only place left was upstairs. The staircase complained under my weight in its usual pattern, the third step with a long creak, the fifth with a short, sharp chirp. My shadow dragged up the wall beside me in the flashlight's beam, distorted and lanky. Scott's bedroom door was closed at the top of the stairs. A thin line of light bled out from underneath, warm and yellow. I knocked once. "Scott." No answer. I knocked again, harder. The music hit me when he opened the door, a low thrum of something through his headphones, tinny and distant, one cup still half over his ear. He blinked at me, pulled the headphones down around his neck and frowned. "What?" he asked. "You called me," I said. "A minute ago? Downstairs? You called my name." He stared at me like I had started speaking a language he did not know. "I've been up here," he said. Door closed, headphones in. "Trying to drown this place out for 5 minutes. You can come check the playlist if you want." "You didn't walk down the hall and call for me?" I asked. "No," he said. "Why did you hear something?" The question landed with its own awful weight. It wasn't just making footsteps. It wasn't just dragging sounds down the hall. It had started using syllables, names, my name. "I thought it was you," I said slowly. "It sounded like you. Kind of." He let out a long breath, eyes sliding briefly shut. "Yeah," he said. "It does that sometimes." "You could have mentioned that." I said, anger flickering back through the fear. "Would it have helped?" He snapped. Then softer. "Sorry. It's hard to explain this stuff without sounding like you're trying to scare someone on purpose. If the house is copying our voices, I'd kind of like to know. Before it starts using mine," I said. He looked at me then, with a kind of tired pity I hated. "It's not just ours," he said quietly. "Sometimes I hear my grandfather. Sometimes my grandmother. I heard my dad once. Or something that wanted me to think it was my dad. It picks what it thinks will work." I did not have an answer to that. I backed away from the door, suddenly very aware of the fact that I had to sleep in this house again. That night, lying on the pull-out couch, I left the lamp on without argument. The flashlight sat on the coffee table within arm's reach. The knife was under my pillow, cool and stupid and human. I told myself I wouldn't sleep, that I would watch the hallway until morning. My body had other plans. Sometime after midnight, my eyes closed, heavy and sore, and dragged me under. I woke with that familiar jolt that meant nothing and everything. My phone screen told me what I already knew. 2:11 a.m. The heater was off. The wind was a distant low murmur. The house had adopted that thinner, sharper quiet again. I lay there listening, waiting for footsteps, for dragging for a tap on the wall. Instead, From the far end of the hallway, in a voice I recognized more intimately than anyone else's, I heard Jeremy. It was my voice. Not kind of like it. Not close. Exactly. The same inflection I used when I was annoyed, the same slight flattening of the last syllable. It carried down the wood and into the room, soft but crystal clear. Jeremy, are you awake? Hearing your own voice ask you a question from the dark is a special kind of wrong. I felt the words vibrate in my chest, like I had spoken them and heard them at the same time, echoing in two different places. The hair on my arm stood up. For a second, I honestly could not tell if my throat had moved or not. I did not answer. I did not move. I just lay there, staring at the black mouth of the hallway, while the house let the sound of my own voice hang in the air between us like bait. 7. 1. Leaving before the house. Decides otherwise. I woke up before the house did. For a moment, in that thin space between sleep and awareness, I did not know where I was. There was just the sense of darkness above me, a weight pressing down the taste of dry air on my tongue. Then my eyes opened, and the room fell into place. The lamp was still on its light dim, the bulb tired from burning through the night. The hallway yawned where it always did, the first few boards lit, and the rest disappearing into shadow. My blanket was twisted around my legs, damp with sweat. My heart was already beating too fast, as if it had been running in my dreams. The clock on my phone said 5:18 a.m. The sky outside was still black, but the black had changed a faint strip of thinner color along the horizon, a suggestion of blue somewhere under it. The beginning of morning. The kind of hour when nothing is fully itself yet. Not night, not day. Just a holding place. Maybe that was why I could finally make a decision. I stared at the ceiling for a few breaths, then swung my legs over the side of the pull-out couch. The air was colder than it had been under the blanket, a thin bite against my ankles. The house made its small, sleepy noises, one pop in the wall, a soft sigh from somewhere overhead, but it felt quieter than usual, like it was listening through a door. "I'm leaving," I said under my breath, like I needed to hear it out loud to make it real. Saying it unlocked something in me. A small surge of adrenaline cut through the exhaustion. I moved fast, partly because I did not want to talk myself out of it, partly because every second I lingered gave the place more time to work whatever it did to people. I folded the couch back up with clumsy hands, tossed the blanket onto it like a surrender flag, and grabbed my bag from beside the coffee table. Packing did not have the calm, careful rhythm it usually did. I crammed clothes into the backpack without folding them, stuffed my toothbrush and charger into side pockets, shoved the journal I had taken from the basement back into the box in my head labeled later. My fingers shook, making zippers snag on fabric, making small tasks feel huge. Every time something clicked or rustled, my head snapped toward the hallway. The empty frame sat there as neutral as a mouth at rest. The image of my own voice calling my name from that direction the night before replayed in my head with each glance. I half expected it to happen again, to hear the same soft, familiar tone from the dark Jeremy. "Are you awake?" If it did, I was not sure what I would do. Keep packing, probably. Or freeze, which felt just as likely. The house did not speak. The heater stayed off as if conserving its energy for later. Somewhere outside, a bird made a single, uncertain sound, like it had woken up too early and regretted it. The sky through the kitchen window had shifted to a lighter, sickly gray by the time I made my way upstairs. The steps complained under my weight, But there was something different in the way the sound landed, less like a question, more like commentary. At the top of the stairs, I stood in front of Scott's bedroom door for a moment, listening. Quiet. No music bleeding through the wood this time. No muttering, no pacing. I knocked knuckles soft at first, then harder. For a second, nothing. Then the faint rustle of sheets, the creak of the mattress, a heavy footstep. The knob turned. The door opened halfway. He looked like he had not slept, even though he clearly had. His hair stuck up at odd angles. His t-shirt wrinkled his face pale. The shadows under his eyes had gone from bruises to something more like hollows. He blinked at me, squinting like the hallway light was too bright. "You're up early," he said. His voice was low, roughened by sleep, and something heavier. "I'm leaving," I said. The words came out steady. Saying them to him made them more solid than when I'd whispered them to myself downstairs. He leaned his shoulder against the doorframe as if his body needed something to hold it up. "Road's not perfect," he said after a moment. "They said more snow later." "I know," I said. "But if I stay here another night, it's not going to make much difference what the weather does." Something flickered in his expression, then hurt defensiveness, and underneath both unmistakable relief. It was strange watching them move across his face in such quick succession, like flipping through channels too fast. "I can't stay here anymore," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "And you shouldn't either. At least go stay in town for a while. With someone. Somewhere that doesn't have this." I gestured vaguely toward the stairs, the floor, the walls, the whole arrangement. This what he asked, not unkindly. "Just tired. This constant dread," I said. "This thing. Whatever it is. Humans aren't meant to live with their bodies braced all the time. You can't just keep pretending this is normal." He looked past me down the stairs for a moment, like he could see the hallway from here. His jaw tightened. "It won't let me think straight anywhere else," he said quietly. "I told you. I go down the mountain, I get worse. It's like being seasick on land. The only place I feel even halfway steady is here." "Steady is not what I'd call this," I said. "Numb, maybe. Cornered. But not steady." He gave a tiny, humorless smile. "You always did like correcting people." I almost smiled back. The ghost of our old dynamic passed between us and was gone. "You could come stay with me." I said the offer, surprising even me as it left my mouth. In the city, on a couch that just squeaks like a couch, not like I broke off. We'd figure it out for a while. He shook his head before I even finished. "You'll leave, and this will fade for you," he said. "You'll tell it like a story one day, a weird weekend, maybe something you can't explain, but something that's behind you. For me, it's..." He trailed off, searching for the words. "It's not that simple." "Maybe it is," I pushed, "if you give yourself enough distance." He looked at me, and there was a kind of quiet apology in his eyes that I did not like. "I'm glad you came," he said, instead of answering my argument. "Even if it was like this." For a little while, it felt like I was back in school again. Before all of this. Before... He didn't finish that sentence either. We went downstairs together, our footsteps out of sync on the stairs. At the bottom, the house felt different with both of us, moving through it, more awake, more attentive. I could feel its presence in the way the floor seemed to respond, in the way the quiet shifted to make room for our voices. My bag waited by the door, slumped and ready. The front hallway smelled like cold wood and the faintest hint of whatever cleaner his grandmother had used years ago. I pulled on my coat, My boots. My fingers fumbled with the zipper numb, not just from the chill, but from the heaviness of everything packed into the last few days. He opened the door for me. The outside air hit like a slap-sharp clean merciful. The pre-dawn sky was a washed-out slate, the horizon starting to blush with a thin line of color. The snow in the yard had crusted over, glittering faintly under the weak light. My breath came out in a thick plume. We stood there half in and half out the doorframe, an invisible barrier between the house and the world beyond. "You really think it'll just let you go?" he asked suddenly. The question made something cold twist in my gut, but I forced myself to nod. "I think the road's clear enough to drive," I said. "And I think if I stay and give it one more night, it'll feel harder to leave than it does right now, so I'm going now." He nodded slowly. His feet were bare on the porch toes, red from the cold, or he had pulled on thin socks that did nothing against the boards. He looked smaller out here than he did inside, as if the sky and the trees and the open air were too big for him now. "You should put shoes on," I said, because it was easier than saying the other things. He huffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. "You sound like my grandmother." Maybe she was right about more than you think, I said. For a moment, neither of us spoke. "Take care of yourself," I said finally. The words felt inadequate, flimsy, against the weight of what we were both not saying. "You too," he replied. His voice wavered once, then steadied. "Text me when you make it down, if you want." I nodded. "I will." The goodbye was not dramatic. No hug. Just a small, awkward half-wave, the kind you give someone at the end of a long party, when you are both too tired to perform closeness properly. I stepped off the porch. The snow crunched under my boots, a sound so loud in the quiet morning that it startled me. The cold clawed at my ankles where my socks did not quite meet my jeans. Each step away from the house felt like testing the pull of a magnet. My car sat hunched under a thin crust of frost exhaust plume, already rising from the tailpipe I had gone out earlier, before waking Scott to start it to make sure it would even turn over. The windshield was mostly clear now, a small porthole carved out of the ice. I opened the driver's door. The hinges gave a metallic creak that echoed off the snowbanks and the side of the house. It sounded like a gunshot in the cold. When I pulled the door shut behind me, the thunk of it closing sealed me into a different kind of quiet. The interior smelled like cold plastic and the ghost of fast food. My breath fogged the glass. The house loomed in the rearview mirror, a shape against the paling sky, one upstairs window faintly lit. I turned the key. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the engine coughed, shuddered, and caught the dashboard lights flaring weakly to life. The heater fan wheezed into motion, blowing air that was still icy but full of promise. On the porch, Scott raised a hand. I raised mine back. The mountain road waited ahead, slick and narrow and uncertain. Behind me, the house stood very still, like something holding its breath to see if I would really go. 7.2. The look back and the silhouette. In the window. I told myself not to look back. It was almost a mantra as I shifted into reverse hand on the gear stick eyes, fixed on the narrow lane of shoveled-out snow in front of the hood. Don't look at the house. Just look at the road. Trees, snow brake gas. That's all that matters now. The tires crunched as I eased the car backward out of the driveway. The sound was loud and closed, the steering wheel vibrating faintly under my palms. My breath fogged the windshield, the defroster wheezing to keep a small, clear patch open. I kept my gaze on the side mirror, watching for the edge of the ditch, for the shadow of the mailbox post. I could see the slope of the road behind me, the curve I needed to hit right so I would not slide sideways. And still, even with every logical part of me focused on not dying on packed ice, there was that other pull. The simple, stupid human urge to take one last look at the bad place you're finally leaving, to confirm it is still there, that you are actually moving away from it. I straightened the wheel, the car coming to a slow stop at the end of the driveway. My foot hovered over the brake. The engine idled a low, rough purr under everything. Don't look, I thought one more time. Then I did. The house sat above the slope, dark against the slowly brightening sky. From this angle, it looked almost normal, just an old wooden structure with peeling paint and a roofline that sagged a little in the middle. Bare trees framed at their branches like black veins against the gray. Snow piled high around the foundation, swallowing the lower steps of the porch. One upstairs window glowed faintly, curtains half drawn. Scott's room. I could picture him inside, maybe still standing by the bed, maybe already lying back down the house, humming its lullaby of pipes and wind around him. My eyes slid, unwilling but compelled, to the right. There, further down the front of the house, was the other window, the one that belonged to the end room at the top of the hallway. From outside, it looked different from the others, without me being able to say exactly why. The glass seemed duller, less reflective, like it had been fogged from the inside for a very long time. Behind that pane, in the faint light of the early morning, a shape stood, a dark figure centered perfectly in the frame. Not a shadow cast by a curtain, not some trick of tree reflection. A shape tall, still human-sized, same height, same proportions as the figure I had seen at the end of the hallway during sleep paralysis. Shoulders, head, arms hanging straight down at the sides. My first thought, automatic and hopeful, was Scott moved. He must have gone up there, but I could see him. He was still on the porch. In my rearview mirror, his figure was a small but unmistakable outline, shoulders hunched against the cold arms wrapped around himself, bare feet or thin-socked feet planted on the boards. He hadn't gone back inside yet. He was not at that window. He was not in that room. The realization hit fast and hard, like a slip on ice. The figure in the upstairs window did not move. It did not raise a hand. It did not tilt its head or lean closer to the glass or adjust its posture the way living people do, even when they think they are standing still. It just stood there, watching me. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. The leather felt damp under my fingers, either from condensation or sweat. My breath went shallow, lungs suddenly stingy with air. Every part of me wanted to slam my foot down on the gas to jerk the car forward so fast the tires spun and grabbed and dragged us away out of sight of that window. It was a small miracle that some sliver of rationality held on, reminding me that I was on an icy incline and that panic plus speed equaled ditch. I forced myself to look away, back to the road, back to the narrow ribbon of cleared snow that led down the slope, then curved left around the line of trees. My heart thudded in my ears, each beat a dull thump at the back of my skull. I shifted into drive. The car hesitated for a second, wheels spinning just enough to make my stomach lurch. Then they caught biting into the rough surface left by the plows, and we started to move. Slowly, at first, then a little faster. The driveway fell behind. The house slid out of my direct line of sight, swallowed by the angle of the hill and the thin scrim of trees. For a second, as we rounded the first bend, I caught one last glimpse of its roofline through the branches, a wedge of dark wood against a lighter sky. Then it was gone. It did not feel gone. Every curve of that mountain road felt like an ambush. The trees on either side seemed to lean in a fraction too close, their trunks dark and narrow, their branches weaving together overhead like fingers. The ditches were deep full of snow that had been thrown up by plows and then crusted over. The guardrails, where there were any, glimmered with a thin skin of ice. The sound of the engine became the only proof I was moving away. The tires hissed and crunched over the pressed snow, a constant uneven rhythm. Occasionally, the car slid a little to one side, just enough to remind me that a wrong move could send us spinning. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, even when there was nothing to see but the empty road behind me. Some irrational part of me expected to look up and find the house there impossibly close, or to see a dark figure standing in the middle of the lane waiting. Every time my eyes flicked to the mirror, it was just gray sky and trees, and the faint suggestion of the tire tracks I had left behind. No house, no silhouette. The further I went, the more the landscape changed. The tight, narrow curves of the upper road loosened into broader bends. The trees thinned a little, making way for occasional glimpses of the valley below, a patchwork of white fields and darker lines where roads cut through. Far off, the smear of the main highway looked almost normal cars already moving along it, like nothing existed beyond their lanes and exits. My shoulders gradually eased down from my ears. Not fully, but enough that I could feel the difference. The house dropped lower in my mind's rearview mirror. Not gone, just further, at a distance where it could be half memory, half threat. After a while, the plowed road widened. The angle of descent softened. I saw the sign for the lookout point we had passed on the way up now, on my right instead of my left. The car's engine noise shifted as I pressed the gas a little more confidently. At the base of the mountain, the road straightened and joined with the main route, a long wet stretch where the snow had turned to heavy slush under the wheels of dozens of vehicles. The vibration of the tires changed again, a different texture of movement. The transition was almost jarring. One minute, I was alone with my thoughts and the white walls of the mountain road. The next, there was a truck in front of me, a sedan behind taillights, blinking exhaust plumes rising into the cold air like ghosts. Civilization, other people, the hum of a wider network that had nothing to do with one old house on one lonely slope. My phone buzzed against the console. The sound made me flinch harder than it should have. For half a second, I seriously considered ignoring it, letting it buzz itself into silence, as if whatever it was could not touch me if I didn't look. Then the rational part of my brain cleared its throat. Road's straighter now. You're not on ice anymore. A quick glance won't kill you. At the next straight stretch, I eased my grip on the wheel with one hand and picked up the phone thumb, swiping the screen on without thinking. One new message from Scott. No preview text. Just his name in the notification bar. My stomach tightened. I tapped it open. The message was short. 2 words. I'm fine. That was it. Nothing else. No emoji. No follow-up. Just the same phrase he'd texted me once before days ago when I'd threatened to call in a wellness check. I snorted a sound half laughter and half something else. Sure you are, I muttered. My eyes flicked up to the timestamp more out of habit than anything. Then my fingers went cold on the phone. Sent 5:54 a.m. I glanced at the dashboard clock. 6:04 a.m. I did the math without meaning to. 10 minutes before I saw the silhouette in the upstairs window. 10 minutes before I watched something that looked like the thing from the hall stand in the room it liked best, and stare at my car as it left. I pictured him lying in bed at 5:54 a.m., phone in his hand, typing those words, hitting send, maybe thinking I was still asleep downstairs, maybe listening to the same house I'd been listening to, feeling the same pressure. And then 10 minutes later, the figure in the glass, him still on the porch. I put the phone face down on the passenger seat, the message still open, the little gray bubble of his words bleeding into the screen. For a long stretch of road, I did nothing but breathe and drive, watching the landscape gradually shift from mountain to outskirts, from outskirts to town, from town to the anonymous sprawl of highway-adjacent businesses. The further I got, the more the world filled up with the sounds of other people's lives. Horns, engines, the low rumble of trucks. It should have drowned the house out. It did not. Behind all of it, under the noise of traffic and the thin music on the radio, I eventually turned on just to have something else in my ears. There was still the phantom echo of tires on snow, the soft knock, knock, knock from down a hallway, my own voice asking me from the dark if I was awake. The text notification sat on my screen like a small, stubborn anchor. I'm fine. Maybe he was. Maybe the house liked more than one person there, and it would get quieter now that I had gone. Maybe the thing in the window was just a residual shape, an afterimage burned into my brain. Or maybe I had left something behind on that mountain and taken something else with me. 7.3. The story I do not tell. On first dates. I live in a different apartment now. It is on the 3rd floor of a brick building that has never seen snow piled higher than its lobby steps. The windows look out over a cross street that never really goes quiet, not even at 3 in the morning. There is a pizza place on the corner that closes later than it should, and a bar across from it that closes even later. On weeknights, I fall asleep to the sounds of traffic and laughter and the occasional distant siren. If you walked in here in the afternoon, you would not think anything about it. Small place white walls, a plant in the window that is always one mist watering away from giving up, the constant hum of the fridge, the faint rush of water in pipes, when someone above me showers the TV from the neighbor's place leaking through the wall like a second-hand life. It is the most ordinary space I have ever lived in. I have been back in the city for a while now. Months, years, if you count it in rent cycles. Long enough that the trip up the mountain should have become one more weird story in a pile of them, something to dust off at parties, let people laugh nervously, and then move on from. That is not how it sits. When I came back that first night, I slept like the dead. 15 solid hours, no dreams I could recall. My body cashed the check my nerves had been writing all weekend. For a little while, life clicked back into place with an almost suspicious eagerness. Work emails, grocery lists, broken subway lines, rent due, normal noise. I texted Scott the day after I got home, made it back. Roads sucked, still alive. He replied a few hours later. Good. That was it. No follow-up. No thanks for coming. No sorry about the whole haunted house thing. Just that single flat word. A week later, I tried again. How's the house? How are you? Message delivered. Read. No response. Days passed. Then weeks. Sometimes I would fire off something small just to see if the bubble would pop. A photo of a crowded subway car. A dumb meme about snow. Thinking about that deer we almost hit on the drive up. Remember, some of them showed as red. Most did not. Once, months later, I got another text. I'm fine. No context, no prompt for me that day. It arrived in the middle of a meeting, my phone lighting up on the table. By the time I could answer, the moment felt wrong. I told myself I would reply later. I did not. Every so often late at night, I would pull up the county sheriff's number on my phone. My thumb would hover over call. I imagined the conversation. Hi, yeah, I'm calling about a friend. Lives up on this old family property off Route whatever. I think something's wrong. What makes you think that Sir Well, he invited me up there, and his house listens when you walk. Sometimes it talks back. There was a rope in a closet and scratches in a wall, and I think his grandfather might have killed himself. And also, I saw a man-shaped thing stand in his hallway when my body would not move. Oh, and the place likes to do impressions. Even in my own head, it sounded ridiculous. People hear creaks. People see things. People live in old houses all the time and do not come down from the mountain with ghost stories like souvenirs. I could see the officer's face already, the polite look they save for people who are clearly more scared than logical. We went up there, sir. Old place, but nothing out of the ordinary. Your friend says he's fine. Maybe you should talk to someone about your stress. So I did nothing. I kept telling myself that if I saw his name in an article, if something actually concretely happened, I would know I had been right to worry. It has not appeared in the news. I check more than I admit. Life filled in around the gap, like water around a stone. I went back to work. I went on dates. It is impressive how quickly human beings can compartmentalize almost anything. We talk about restaurants and movies and childhood pets. People ask about travel stories. I have a rotation of safe answers. Road trips. Lost luggage. One time, I fell asleep on a bus and woke up in the wrong state. This story does not make that list. This is the story I do not tell on first dates. I joke to myself, sometimes lying in bed listening to the street noise. It is not really a joke. You cannot just drop haunted hallway that knows your name between I like Thai food and my parents live in Florida now. And besides telling, it makes it feel more solid. Giving it shape, like I am doing now, is a way of admitting that part of me still believes on some level that it was not just my brain misfiring in thin air. I have not been back up the mountain. I do not plan to. There are plenty of places in the world I will never see. One more will not hurt. The house, though, it did not stay where I left it, as neatly as the map suggests. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 2:04 a.m. Not every night. Not even most. Just often enough to notice. My eyes snap open, and for a second, I am back on that pull-out couch, staring at a ceiling that feels too low, listening for a footfall that has not happened yet. The city is loud until it is not. Every building has that moment when the boiler cycle ends, when the fridge switches off, when the upstairs neighbor's TV finally clicks to black. All those little sounds happen at different times, but occasionally they line up by accident. On those nights, at 2:04 a.m., the heater in my apartment cuts out for a second. The fridge stops its hum. The pipes above me go still. The traffic outside lulls in one of those strange pauses where no cars are passing that exact block. The world does not fall silent. That is impossible here, but it gets close enough to trigger something old in my spine. The quiet feels too perfect, too much like a held breath. In that space, my brain pulls out old patterns. Sometimes I hear faint footsteps in the apartment above me. Nothing dramatic, just a few soft, quick steps back and forth in a room that sits roughly above my bed. My upstairs neighbor travels a lot. There are weeks when I know she is out of town posting airport photos and hotel breakfasts on social media. The steps still come on some of those nights. Sometimes there is a single tap on the wall near my headboard. Not a knock. Not plumbing gone wild. Just one sharp, definite contact right where the wall meets the floor. I tell myself it is pipes expanding, or the building settling, or a neighbor dropping something that bounced once in a very particular way. Brains like mine, after they have seen a thing like that mountain house, will happily connect any dots they're given. That is what I remind myself. It works most of the time. Most. I am not telling you this because I want you to believe in ghosts. If I wanted that, I would cut out the parts where I doubted my own senses, where sleep paralysis is a documented phenomenon, where old men write strange things in journals when they are alone too long. I am not even telling it to prove I am sane. I've had years to file this experience down into something I can live with. Some days, it barely scratches at the door. Other days, like tonight, it sits in the room with me heavy and patient. I am telling you because somebody else, somewhere, is living in a house like that right now. They are telling themselves that the footsteps are old pipes, that the voices are dreams, that waking up in a chair, facing a dark hallway, is just stress. They are explaining everything away the way humans are so good at doing, because the alternative is worse. They are letting it get a little closer, every night, line by line, until the story is not about a house anymore. It is about them. Maybe that is you. Maybe it is not. Maybe your place is brand new and full of cheap drywall and internet cables and nothing older than a few years. Maybe you are listening to this in a high-rise where the hallway lights are fluorescent and the only thing that haunts the stairwell is the smell of someone's leftover takeout. You are still in a room, though. You still have walls, a door, a hallway, or something like one. If you are lying in bed right now, phone screen dimming in your hand, take a second to notice the sounds around you. The hum of a fridge in the next room cycling on and off, the distant cars, outside a constant wash of rubber on asphalt, maybe the soft tick of a clock, the faint rattle of a radiator, the elevator cables sighing in the shaft, the little noises that say people live here. You are not alone. Later tonight, or some other night, you might wake up in that strange, thin minute when the world decides to reshuffle its sounds. The heater might pause. The street might be empty for 10 heartbeats. The building might decide to hold itself very still. In that moment, if you think you see a shape at the end of your hallway, a darker patch in the dark, roughly your height, if you hear a voice from that direction, quietly whisper your name in an awful, perfect imitation. You do not have to answer. You do not have to call back or get up to check or stand in any doorway just to prove to yourself that nothing is there. You are allowed to stay where you are, breathe, and let the noise of your life come back on its own. I left that house on the mountain, but I am not completely sure it let go of me. And if you ever find yourself driving up a silent road toward a house that used to belong to someone else, just promise me one thing. Do not sleep where the hallway can see you.